just about to throw all this away. What a waste. The bread is here! Can you believe it? They were just about to throw all this away. What a waste.
what?
To throw all this away. What a
First
waste.
off, holy moly, people. Hello. Hi. Oh man. I'm a little sad that the little hype train didn't happen after I came off the starting soon screen. You guys would have seen something really neat if you did. Hi Kerbozy, hi Poco Poco, hi Mithril, hi, who else isn't here? Hi Nico, hi Minnie, hi Han, hi Kerbozy, I think I said Kerbozy already. Hi! How is everybody doing today? It has been a little bit since we came together here. I have soup. Hi Mumvrist. That's okay guys, because now I just get to tell you. Can someone put in exclamation point throw in the chat? Anyone can do it, I don't care. Ah! Okay. We're still testing the waters in this. We're testing the waters here. Okay. One moment. We're testing the waters with something neat. Wow. One sec. Ah. Aha, I see. All right. Try it again. Hit me with your best stuff. Ah. Ah. So you guys, we're still experimenting, with, letting you guys throw things at me. I hope you like this. I hope this is what you wanted. You have to, like this, hon. Ow. Yeah, it's really cool. So what you're saying is yes. Yes. I took away the cooldown because I wasn't sure how long the cooldown for the command was gonna be. We're still experimenting with the sizing for this so that you can see it properly, but it is on all my scenes that my model appears in. So if we were to go into, for example, an art stream, and you know I'm doing my thing. Hi, Devil Mage. I'm doing my thing, and I'm doing my art. Maybe I'm being a little bit too thirsty, a little bit too horny. Maybe I say something bad. You guys can do your. You guys can do it. Ah. Yay! Level 2 hype train. Hell yeah. But yep. Mhm. I'm thinking about changing it from either throw to bonk. We'll see. I'm still new to this program, but I love it. I freaking love it. I had known about its existence for a fair time, but nothing truly sold me until I saw people using it. That being said, when you give bits, and you follow, and you sub, and you gift sub, more things fly at me at once. So, like, for example, I think I have it, if you do 100 bits, it throws 10 things at me. Bonk is going to make it easier to spam. But that's the point. Oh no. Doing? I hope somebody clipped that. Okay. Oh no. Look, it does 10 things for every 100 bits. So if you want to abuse me, you need to pay up. How do I throw something at Jake? When Jake becomes a VTuber, so you should donate to him now. Or later, I don't know. And you want to throw something at me, get me a VTuber model. Ah, man. Wow. Thank you, Mumverist, for... God, how many bits did you give? Holy crap. How many? Oh my god. Thank you for the 4,000 bits. Holy shit. Wow, okay, 42. Oh, wow. Holy moly. Oh, man. I definitely didn't want the emote. Oh. Ah, yeah. You're Bernardi. Ah. Okay. We also have it here so you can watch it on freaking full screen, but I'm still figuring it out because right now I have the app so that when I'm over here, it shows everything coming at me at once. Like that. Whereas in this one, it's a little less room. So I'm figuring it out. We're figuring it out. I'm hoping maybe it'll be a little bit. Ah! I see this was a right decision. This was the correct choice. I hope you, I hope that when you guys are back from having a long day, whether it be at school or at work, and you just need to throw something at someone, just throw it at me. Ah! I feel like the bear is a bit way left field. The weight difference isn't insane. Oh man! Thanks, Han, for the Dorime. Oh, ah! Wait, no! Is someone gonna drop a bunch of bits and fucking destroy me? Please no! Please no! Ah! Okay. Wow. Okay. Rip Squeaky, says Jake as you throw something at me. But yeah, no, let me know if I should change it to either throw or bonk. I'm not expecting people to donate bits. Oh. Look. I'm not expecting. Not expecting a bunch of people to donate. Magical girl abuse. Man. You guys hit me so hard my eyes blinked out of sync. Okay. I'm not expecting everybody to donate bits and stuff, which is why I'm fine with them being high for now. Again, gifting subs I think also throws a couple things. I think gifting throws 3. And I think just regular subbing throws 1, but I don't know yet. We'll be fooling around with it as it goes. And I think it'll be a lot of fun for everybody. I think it's fun for me too. I don't expect this feature to stay in the long term, but god damn it to use it. Oh, I would very much like to keep this in the long term. Worst case, I will only probably have it in scenes that, if it becomes an issue, I guess, if it becomes annoying, I'll, it's a separate program, so I could always just not have the program for that day. Like, I can just close this and then you guys can't abuse me anymore. But I don't mind, so it's okay. I would like to keep this for the long-term streams. Maybe the only one that won't have,
The bread is here! Can you believe it? They were just about to throw all this away. What a waste.
Well, okay. Thanks, Crimson Dragon, for the subs.
The bread is here!
For the gift subs.
Can you believe it? They were just about to throw all this away. What a waste.
What's really fun is I can also, you can also connect this program to Twitch. And with that,
the bread is here!
You can make it so that, like, your emotes are thrown at you.
All this away.
Which I think is really cool. I thought about it, but my emotes aren't, like, funny enough to have them thrown at me.
The bread is here!
Maybe I'll fool around with it.
Can you believe it? They were just about to throw all this away. What a waste.
Oh, man. What a way to start a stream, guys.
The bread is here!
Thank you.
Can you believe it? They were just about to throw all this away. What a waste.
I don't know if there's a bread. Oh. Oh god, throw Gallon at you. I think the throwing thing combined with your sub message is great since it says we're gonna throw all this away. A boost. A boost. Ah, man. I was gonna play a game today, but I hope you're all having a wonderful time. What was I gonna do? So let me just process this. I wasn't thinking this would, I actually didn't think, okay. I didn't think this would be so well received. Thank you guys. So, I was thinking of playing a game today. A game that is posture check. Yeah, I think we're good. Thank you. That certainly helped improve. Let's check in the posture a bit. What was I gonna say? I have a game today. It was brought to you by Crazy Fox. Given how I just got into throwing Gallon at you has an interesting meaning. It's possible. I don't know how it imports the emotes and if that could be replaced. That would sure be funny, wouldn't it? Hey, when you say you can't remember something, we can throw stuff till you remember. Ah, you can jog my memory. Oh, that could be a command. I can have a command where it's like you put it. Okay. you type a certain thing, it throws a certain amount of things. And again, I could always set the cooldowns on the throw command. Right now, I don't mind. It's really funny. There's also a way to trigger it so that when people put in certain emotes, if people spam emotes, it throws things. Let's experiment right now. You're gonna see a green thing in front of me, because it's the app. So, this is the, oh no. Okay, it was just 10. Oh, it would do so. I wonder. Okay, look. So I'm gonna go to our little thing here. This is our boyo. You guys might see it better if I go here. Maybe. Hold on. No. Yeah, you see it's better here. So right now the triggers I have are bits. It's gonna be hard to see when the little boyo's here. Minimum amount 100 bits gets 10 objects thrown. I could make it so that 10 bits is one object. Since that's about the same anyway. But I think 100's safe. You 10 throw 10 things at me for 100. We'll probably keep that there. Follow gets, let's go follow 2. The command throw has one object with a cooldown of 1 second. We can always turn that to bonk. Gift sub. For every gift sub, it throws 3 things. And then I don't know what this one is yet. So I can also put chat message. So someone write test. Just the word test. We're testing things. Okay. So if you write certain things in the chat, it'll do this. You can make it an emote too. That's interesting. So it can be a command or we can have like a specific command. That's a specific string of words. That's interesting. Getting rid of that. I think you should do 1 for 10. It's the fairest way. Oh god, you can have secret message of the day with that. Yeah. Johnny test. Let's see. 10 bits throws 1 object. We can do that. We can see how that goes. It'll still be the same amount of objects. Again, I'm definitely down for playing around with this. I really enjoy it so far. And then we've got... Okay, so it's the word alone. Yeah. Well, I already took out that command, Mithril, so now it's just the... So actually, here's what I can do. So I can have it so that when if someone writes bonk, her secret letting her audience throw stuff at her. So now if someone writes in bonk, there you go. Now, I don't know how much bonk. There we go. I don't know how much bonk. Let's see. Ah, so if you spam bonk, it increases the amount of... Oh. There you go. Okay. So yeah, if someone's writing bonk a lot while I speak, aren't I? I'll wait. I'll wait for you to finish. Yeah, Yep. Yep. That one. That one's fun. Don't you like that one? That one's gonna be the easy one to abuse. Yep. So that one. That one we would have to minimum amount. Cooldown. Yeah, because this just means you guys are gonna spam. You guys can just spam bonk and it'll bonk me. So if we do a cooldown where per every bonk you have to wait 5 seconds. I don't know. Maybe just command bonk. There you go. And then it just won't have the cooldown, so you can just spam bonk. Or, let's see, minimum amount bonk. We'll workshop this one. Is it possible to make a musical melody with bonk? I have no idea. I have no idea. But this is, again, it's really fun and interesting. And I hope you guys love it as much as I do. I think I'll have to I'll think more on the chat message one, because that's just gonna have people spamming it. Maybe emote spamming will be fine. Let's see. Let's go back here. Let's get rid of the chat message. Let's Oh, no. Model importer. Banana for scale. Oh, I can make these a little bit bigger. Channel points only on... Oh! I can mess with that. I can make some of these a little smaller too. Don't mind me while I'm like being scuffed. Yeah. Make some things big, some things smaller. We're gonna make some things smaller. Some things are a little too big. Banana's fine. The bear's huge. Bike's huge. Burger. Make the can a little smaller. Fish is good. Heart. Okay. And then... commands, follows, chat, reward names, channel points. Make the bear bigger. The bear is pretty big. I'll make him a little bit bigger. We can't make him too big. Life size even. No, maybe it's a baby bear. Have you considered that might be a baby bear? Trying to like... We can import our emotes. So then, see how that goes. Oh no, I can't get back. I can't hit the save button. No, no. Honestly, I'd make them toy size. Yeah, you think so? There we go. Let me just do that real quick first. I can't seem to be able to get back on the thing. Oh no, I can't. Oh, it's not gonna throw anything at me because I have to save. But I can't reach the save. Oh no, I can't. Uh-oh. Hold on, I have it off and I'm on one of the editing things. So I'm trying to see if I could one moment. I'm gonna make my resolution just a little bit like this so that I can go back. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. One moment. Because I did some things so that I could edit that. Display settings. Changes. There we go. We want it to be right around here. And then Uh-oh. One moment. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back. we're back and we're gonna fix this thing. We're gonna fix it. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, now I know what to do. I'm gonna make this. Now I know what to do. Okay. We're learning. I'm gonna do it like this. Uh-huh. And then I'm gonna move our green boyo over here. Feel free to test things out while you guys are going so that we make sure that our bonks work. Although it might not show. But we're learning. Actually. Oh, it's exclamation point bonk now, so it's this. Yeah. There we go. You guys are getting it. Alrighty. Don't mind me. We're just moving our boyo around. Might have to make it smaller. There we go. We're getting it. I knew you guys could do it. We're just fixing them up. We did some resizing. Whoop. I know I can count on you guys. I love you. There we go. And then even on our spoopin' games, when we start playing spoopin' games, while I'm crying, you can throw things. Alrighty. There we go. Look at that. We've solved it together. We've done it. Well, I'll still be messing with it, but now that we've fully messed with it, it has been messed with. How is everybody today? I'm glad you all are having fun. Actually, I wonder, I might want to do it. There's still a follower emote that I can, there's something, I still have a follower, an empty follower emote space. If I can get it to throw, when people spam an emote, but like specifically the bonk emote, that might be fun. That sounds like a fun idea. I'm gonna put that in the idea board. Alrighty then. So, I wanted to do something today. And I have a game brought to you by Crazy Fox called Necrobarista. It is a game where I guess you play the role of a barista who does necromancy, who I guess talks to people that have maybe some lingering issues. Just the thought of something replacing the bear with the booby. Oh, that'd be funny. I would need like a model, a 3D model. Another idea, and it's one I want to do at least at some point. At some point I want to do it. Because I recently got Crab Game. Oh, it's Valhalla but with dead people. I guess, but it seems to be a lot more than like a visual novel. It seems very interesting. I don't know though, I haven't played it. But it's another game I have is Crab Game. And at one day I want to do like a server event where we play Crab Game with people. because I've heard that it's fun, but I've never played it, but I have it because it's free. And then I have Uno. But I think I installed Necrobarista, so I think we might go with that today. We might maybe try out Crab Game or something, maybe on Saturday or someday, maybe through. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen this week. As we get closer to like the holidays, it becomes a little bit unsure of what we're gonna do certain streams, but we'll figure it out. That being said, I think maybe around. Well, I might be away for Christmas. I don't know yet. But at some point, I think either the end of the year or the beginning or on New Year's, I want to announce my debut date if I haven't already. I don't know. But I do have a debut date. If everything goes seamlessly, everything should go according to plan. But enough jibber jabber. I think it's time to get let's get our barista on. This should be really easy. I'm already a barista when I'm not on stream. Let's just whop. Let's go grab this. Alrighty. Move over here. Take your time, game. Okay. Let us... There we go. Still messing with the sound, don't mind me. There we go. So Arad, if it for your question, I haven't truly, I'm still pre-debut. I haven't had like a good like debut stream. The stuff you see here on stream, like these some of these assets and like music that I'm using and things like that, they're not final. I have all these set up, but I want like to have a day where I show all of that, a special stream where I show all of that. I guess go a little bit more into me, lore, and things like that. So just fun stuff. So like a debut, like my hard debut, I'm gonna be having it sometime next year. I want to announce the date somewhere in the latter half of this month. Once I get a little bit more information on some things that I'm waiting for, but don't worry about it. So we've got this set up. I've never played this game before, so I don't know what we're in for, but it looks like it's going to be fun. It's a visual novel type game, so one moment actually, I forgot to do my little thing for the YouTubes. Do I care enough though? One second. Wow. Alrighty. Hello everybody who wasn't here for the first 50 minutes of the stream. We are here with Necrobarista. Final pour, whatever that means. I hope it means we're gonna have a blast. Why not both? Don't worry, if you get scared, we can bonk you. I don't think this is gonna be a scary game. Don't mind me, I'm just adjusting some things. Wait. I don't think this is gonna be a scary game. It is gonna be one that makes my model look scuffy. Because it's very pretty looking. Let's see. Resolution. Resolution's fine. Full screen's fine. Graphic settings. Medium, anti-aliasing, VSync. I don't know what this means. I'm just seeing how everything's going here. Anti-aliasing. Let's turn it off. Alrighty. Okay, I think we might be good to start. What's more spooky than coffee? I don't know, man. Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out together. Righty, new game. Oof. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. We thought of the faraway grave on the plain. They thought of the comrade who came not again. They lifted their glasses and sadly they said, "We drink to the name of the mate who is dead. Henry Lawson." Cough. Cough, cough. It's too bloody damp down here. I know we're underground, but I don't suppose there are any windows we could open. There's a ventilation duct in here somewhere. Maddie, mind opening it up, get some fresh air circulating? Other end's blocked right now. There's a dumpster sitting on top of it. You'll have to grin and bear it. Can we hurry this up? Calm your farm, old man. We're well aware it takes a while to set up. I don't appreciate your tone. Sorry. At the very least, can we turn some lights on? With all the rubbish you've got scattered around the place, I'd like to at least know where I'm putting my feet. Ashley, would you mind? Oh, you gotta click. God. Actually, I have a controller. One sec. Thanks. You're more organized than last time I see. Practice makes perfect.
Hey, Maddie. How much more water do we need?
Hydrate. I've got sip right here. Well, that's an interesting aesthetic for a bar. Well, we're redeeming a lot of hydrates, Crimson. One sec. I think that's enough. Great. Now, Che? Che? Is his name Che? What's up, Lil P? I found you a chair. Thank you. So, this whole thing, surely it's not legal, yeah? Maddie wasn't clear on that. Yes, the council found it confronting. For good reason, I suppose. Because it utterly upsets the natural order. Mate, it's not just bureaucracy. Shush you. Most rules can be bent, after all. Sigh. And Maddie has a particular fascination with breaking rules. Oh, the game's silent. 1 second. I just noticed you guys can't hear the game. Whoops. There we go. You're missing out on this freaking pretty neat music. I'm sure you've realized. Aaron suffered first and I learned to put limits on his redeems. Hey, don't you give her all the credit. Bah. Is related to her gambling for time? So, the transfer was the same sort of magic we're doing now, yes? Small scale, though. Doing it on a larger scale requires a bit more preparation. The council successfully suppressed all available information about it, though. For good reason. What happens if something goes wrong? Well, you don't tend to mess it up more than once. Or try it again after you fail, for that matter. Stubborn scholars notwithstanding. What do you even call this sort of magic, then? Question's irrelevant, because it's banned.
Extremely cool. That's what I call it.
Well, by definition, it's a conduit ritual. But hey, we're among friends, so we call it what it really is. Necromancy. Prologue. Okay. From your hazy memories, a certain word calls out to you. Necromancy. You try desperately to remember what they meant. Death. Oh. This fragment of a memory stays with you. Piece together the past, remember what transpired, and never forget. You are scattered, practice, fascination, forbid. Okay. Right now we're just getting a feel for everything. Alrighty. Alright. I have one for... Yeah, you have to write the bonk as its own command, Devil Mage. Ah! Press A to inspect a memory. Oh. Maddie's rules. We welcome both living and dead. Patrons will be served in the order they arrived. Don't ask who's alive. It's rude. If someone wants to know, they'll tell you. The dead have 24 hours to spend within the premises before moving on. Strictly enforced. No, we don't have Wi-Fi. Report broken items and other anomalies to staff. You're broken. We can't clean up your broken glass or spatial rift if we don't know about it. Don't feed the Eidolons. They can't eat, and offering them food just reminds them of that cruel fact. Okay. Okay. I can't wait to throw stuff when she's playing a horror game like Soma. Ah. favorite one. That's not how you hold your steam jug. You're not pouring anything into that. The terminal. Carlton, Victoria, Australia, 3057. First Thursday. Excerpts from online reviews. Pretty unremarkable coffee. Barista speaks Chinese, but exclusively uses it to mock people to their faces. I am very self-conscious about my top hat now. Observed little girl running around cafe with knife unsupervised. Came down with deep sense of ennui after visiting. Was rudely told to stop being a big dweebus after complaining about burnt tasting coffee. This coffee is some of the best I've ever had. 5 stars. Disclosure, I have no taste buds. Hey, mate. You alright? You right? You can see me? Clear as day, yeah. What can I get you? I've been walking around for hours. Nobody was talking to me. I don't even know how I got in here. I think you'll find it was via the front door. Okay. Right. Well, what they mean by burnt coffee, Space Pegasus, is that it, it's not so much the coffee, it's the beans. Cause coffee beans are roasted. And, when they're over roasted, they can be burnt. Normally, decaf tastes really burnt because the more you roast something, the more you break down the caffeine. So, a lighter roasted coffee would have more caffeine than a darker roasted one. The darkest roast is usually a decaf, but unfortunately it's mostly close to burnt at the same time. Right, where am I? This, dearly departed, is the terminal. Carlton's finest. Departed? They say our coffee's to die for. Triggering for her as a barista. So, the most I've learned about coffee. Ask me anything, man. You're not the first disheveled dead guy to drop in, and I'm sure you won't be the last. What does everyone else ask? They generally ask, what does everyone else ask? Oh, shit. And they always say that. Then there's the embarrassed silence. Alright, I get it. You make a habit of bullying everyone who comes through, or just the pitiful ones. It's almost exclusively the latter. Consistent. Always felt like people saw me as a pitiful guy. Sorry! I was actually just kidding there. My fucking sad sack. Boss hated me, family hated me, work sucked, just like everyone else around me now. Now, never even gonna have a chance to make things better for myself. That's it. Stick a fork in me, I'm done. Hey, come on. And now I'm sitting in a cafe for dead people falling apart in front of the barista. Mate, pull it together! Do I have to talk like Trin if they're gonna use mate like this? Number 1 rule, no breakdowns in the cafe, please. I promise, man. You're okay. I know how it is. Are you dead? No. And I don't know if you read the rules outside, but... God, I did. Yes, can't even get that right. In that case, you'll also have to read that you have 24 hours left before you gotta move on to the next place. And I don't think you want to spend them having one big, long, extended panic attack. Aussie. Well, this chick is heckin' rude. Well, I mean, it is set in Sydney. Crikey. I don't know, Australian. You're just gonna have to deal with Trin. 24 hours? Ah, shit. What I'm saying is, everything's okay. Just take some deep breaths. We'll sort this out. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a fuss. Cafe's empty. It's not like I've got anything else going on. Don't worry about it. you sure? I'm kind of a burden. You're not, promise. Chin up, mate. Let me tell you about the building. It's got some cool history. So the first time I came here was about 4 years ago. Am I gonna have to like mess with the outlining as well? I did it so I can read it, but now it's like too bold on some parts. That's why you should never ever serve a martini to a dead biker, even if he specifically asked for one. Huh. Out of all the possible ways to react to that, that's one I certainly didn't expect. Yeah, no point in seeking a tone of vengeance if you're gonna have to leave in a few hours anyway. Kinda strips it of meaning, you know? There's no way to tell whether you'll even care once you cross over. Then again, maybe I'm just being a buzzkill about it. Shouldn't go around policing people's reactions to things. I'm still wrapping my head around all this stuff, that is. Turn off your steam wand. Feels weird to say it, doesn't it? Weird. Yeah, that's the word. So you said most people don't ever find out how they died before they pass? Even if they got murdered or something? Yep. Most people don't die from murder. It's mostly sickness, or old age, or lawnmower accidents. Well, they call them accidents. But really, loads of lawnmowers are possessed by evil spirits. That said... Alright, hold on just a moment. You can't just drop that and move on. Possessed lawnmowers? Seriously? Anything with spinning blades attracts them. Garden equipment, blenders, power saws. They're a real pain in the ass. Gotta do at least 1 or 2 exercises a month on the coffee grinder. It's wild. So I know I'm breaking the rules again, but how many people are dead? Yeah, it's a cafe for dead people. Does that mean it's everyone? Or are some of these people just really into ghost cafes? I gotta go have a chat with my lawnmower. A little column A, a little column B. Plenty of mortals come through. But this is one of the only crossing points in the country, so you get a lot of your type. That's also why the rent is so high. Because those vampires who own the place know we get a lot of foot traffic. Literal vampires? No, like boomers. Landlord class. Same thing I guess. So to answer your question, there are 9 customers in here right now. One of those 9, yourself included, I'd say 4 or 5 of them are just passing through on their way to the next place. How can you tell? Once you've worked here for a while, you get a sort of sixth sense for this kind of thing. Gotcha. Speaking of sixth senses, I've got one for trouble. You have 2 sixth senses? Hello, Ashley. Ashley had adopted the cafe staff a couple years back, much in the same way that a puppy adopts a squeaky toy. She was the kind of ferociously smart kid who absorbed information like a sponge, but only used it to cause trouble. Today she was accompanied by the stench of motor oil and brought with her a lock that said, "I'm an invisible genius." She was mostly right about that one. Alright, I know that look. Spit it out. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Cut the crap, kid. What are you after? I can't read today. That sure is a thing, and how terribly apt. What are you after? I'm busy dealing with a customer. I'm not really needing any attention. Shut up, Kashan. I need an extra pair of hands, and none of my ashlings are around to help. Do you have any clamps? We got you a bunch for your birthday last month. They're all being used for other very important things. They were not. Pretty sure I saw one on the table upstairs earlier. No, I really need a helper. Ashley, I'm busy. Please. Hey, I could probably... Please. I could... Come on, Ashley, you've got to let us work. I'm not gonna get anything done down here if I have to keep going upstairs and find the screwdrivers. Expect... Keyword. Trying to improvise a screwdriver is a good way to end up with strip screws. Okay. But, hey, no dice. What about Che? He can help me. But what about... He's emptying the dishwasher. Sound familiar? It should, because I told you to do it an hour ago.
It's really no trouble.
Why don't I take this guy? One thing he's busy with is being dead. Hey, come on. Ashley, I'm not going to argue with you about this. I'm sure he would rather relax than be bossed around. Also, manners! We talked about this. You've got to be more respectful in front of customers.
Please?
Oh, that's him. I'm happy to go upstairs. Really, it's fine. I don't have anything else going on, and I'm super dead. I'm cool with it. I'm Keyshawn, very dead guy. Happy to help. You sure? I can just send her back upstairs. Promise it's fine. I just sit around and be a pain otherwise. Perfect. And follow hierarchy, the one level below assistant, one level above minion. Peon, we've got work to do. Ashley wasn't getting enough attention. But with Maddie's newfound responsibilities, some sacrifice had to be made. That meant the kid would just have to occupy herself. More often than not. She still felt guilty as hell about it, and I reckon this place needs more plants. Jesus Christ, Che. You're gonna give me a heart attack, you old bastard. What's on your mind? Head in the clouds as per usual. But it looked like I was thinking weighty thoughts. Excruciatingly so. What's going on? Nothing important. Just my resting bitch face. Nope. This one's different. How so? Your facial expressions reminding me of the time you tried to fist fight that cosplayer. Oh, the samurai? One who barged in, waving his gift stall katana around and demanding satisfaction as I refused to put 15 shots in his coffee? Really specific? What's it look like? Looks like you just got threatened with 1,000-fold Nippon seal. It's a precious memory, so I remember it very clearly. Deep mix of disgust. A whole bunch of derision and a tiny pinch of pity. Yep, that's me. What a mood. You alright though? Real talk. I'm fine. Ah. Alright, I'll give this game this. I like the humor. I'm actually fine. Or let's not talk about it, fine. The second one. Pharaoh. Office still open if you'd like to talk things out. In the meantime, sorry, can I grab that tea towel? My hands are wet. Oh, yeah, here you go. So, did the dishes need hand washing, or? I'm sure I told Ashley to empty the dishwasher earlier. Nah, thing's busted. Door latch won't close, might call the repairman. Ashley shouldn't wash them by hand anyway. Her arm would corrode, so I did it. Not a problem. Yeah, fair enough. Like I mentioned, it'll need a repair unless you want to remind Ashley of it. Some people remain stubbornly defiant in the face of planned obsolescence. Replacements are for quitters. I called the repairman myself, but our landline stopped working last week. We have a landline? Yes. Ancient technology. An inelegant tool for a less civilized age. Only works when you pay the bill, though. I don't know if it'll be cheaper to get it repaired, or just buy a new one and give Ashley the old one for parts. The costs are pretty close, all things considered. Hey, don't work too hard. You'll worry yourself into an early grave. Hey, if you spend 50 years digging holes, if you want to see a lot of Earth, you can become a globetrotter, or you can pick up a shovel. Sounds like pretty tough work, old man. Ow, old man. For your information, I'm barely 170-ish. I'm failing to see the inaccuracy. It was during a literal gold rush. Everyone was doing it. Only thing different about me is that I eventually started digging up more things more interesting than gold. Only kind of gold I'm interested in is brown gold. Coffee. I mean coffee. Shut up! Hey, so... You know, it's just another stress in the stress pile, but I think we need to put in an order for more kitchenware soon. Yeah, another thing that costs money. We're beginning to run out of cutlery, though. Summary of offense. A person must not, without reasonable excuse, have in his or her custody a knife in the public space from school. Keeps disappearing, not sure where. I don't know how long it can wait before we get more. Don't know if we can afford that this month. Just, you know, everything's a bit too pricey right now. Doesn't help that the coffee cartels keep pushing prices up. I don't think the importer is part of a cartel. They're quite nice. I've seen photos of their kids. You've ever spoken to them? They're obviously criminals with the prices they charge. The worst kind of criminals are the kind who operate within the bounds of legality. Wholesale my ass. And yet we keep buying from them. Well, yeah, the beans are good, man. It's just everything else on top of them that's stressing me out. Yes. I'd happily accept the blame for some of that. It's fine. You don't have to. I know it's all on me. I don't know if I should give her an accent or not. I know it's set in Australia, but like, Australia could have become an American property in 2300, right? Yeah. I've just got to figure out how to pay everything off. Everything and everyone. The shitty Council of Death and the doubtly shitty time debt we owe them are the last things I want to think about right now. I've lost enough sleep over it already. Hey, I'm here to help. I'm worried about you, you know? You've had a lot of responsibility dropped on you in a very short period of time. Sure, Space Pegasus. Maddie's been saddled with great responsibility. She's still waiting for the great power that's supposed to come with it. And I can help but feel a little bit culpable for that. I know, yeah, I know. And I can't thank you enough. It's alright. Hold yourself together. We'll figure this out as a team, just like we always have. I just don't want to deal with it, you know? I get it. And I don't want you to feel like I'm imposing or inferring too much. I know the cafe's yours now. Even though things are a bit much at the moment. I know I keep saying this, Maddie, but I don't know how much time we have to deal with all this before things start falling apart. Things are already falling apart. Or do both have the same word in the? I don't know. But you're going to have to face reality at some point, you know that, right? Shay, oh my god! Yes, I know! I don't need any more reminders from you. So back off, man. The council's always on my mind. I can't escape them. My best is all I can do, okay? Just because you're my best friend and my old boss and my mentor doesn't mean I need you preaching at me about how I need to deal with my problems. Because they're my problems now, not yours. Alright, no worries. I'll give you some space. Might go check on Ashley. You've seen her recently. She's upstairs. Dragged a customer up there talking about clamps or something. I better go rescue them then. Be back in a bit. Shit. He's right, isn't he? We really could use some more plants.
So we're gonna strap a big old steak knife to it and make them fight each other.
I love it. This is gonna be great.
And what about something that gets put on that TV show, Battle Royale, with flamethrowers on it?
You're not gonna put one on this little guy, are you?
A flamethrower? Probably not. But what? But I want you to record the fight on my phone so we can send it to the producers.
Yeah, sure thing. Let's get this knife attached.
Pass me those zip ties.
Zip ties.
And the knife.
Knife.
And my coffee.
Are you sure? We even gave you that.
Coffee! Coffee!
Damn it, it's empty.
Damn it, it's empty. My coffee is empty, Keyshawn. The world is beginning to vibrate.
Maybe it's good that your cup runneth empty, yeah?
I think my cup needs to runneth with more espresso in it.
How many shots did you put in there?
Too many, Keyshawn. But did anyone ask Icarus how many shots of espresso he had? Yeah, I'm reading a book about Icarus.
Imagine being Daedalus and watching your son die doing the exact same thing you told him not to do.
He flew. I'm reading a book about Icarus. He flew to the sun. I'm cultured. In unrelated news, I have a headache.
I think you might want to read a little more about Icarus. That's a twist. There's a twist ending to that one.
I'm holding a knife, Keyshawn. No spoilers.
No spoilers, promise. Alright, Jay, just say hi. Try not to get a knife slung at you this time. You've got this. Ahem. Hey, kids.
Ah! Intruder! Keyshawn, my buddy, my pal. Did I get him?
No, you missed.
Damn it.
But, wait. You threw it on purpose?
Extremely on purpose, yes.
I'm fine, by the way.
Oh, it's just you.
Would it have been worse if it was someone else?
Probably. Unless they are an actual spy come to steal my robot designs.
You never know who might be watching.
Then it would have been good. Hey,
I think I'm crashing.
Oh.
Oh wow, appropriately timed yawn.
No.
Oh no, is she okay? Did I kill her? She'll wake up in about 15 minutes with no ill effects. But you probably shouldn't give her any more coffee. She turns into a real goblin. Not to be confused with Vase, she's just a regular gremlin. Oh, she told me that it'd make her immensely powerful. I mean, she's not wrong, but you know. A great power, great responsibility, yada yada yada. She's 13. Kid's got plenty of energy already. Maybe not the sense of responsibility, though. Yeah, I don't even know how I ended up sitting here attaching knives to robots. She's very convincing. Ashley's persuasiveness is a mystery. It clearly can't be logic, eloquence, or charisma that causes people to do her bidding. You don't have to tell me, mate. She basically lives here. Her parents would kill me if they found out she'd nearly killed me. Pretty good blind throw, though. She makes me proud of the weirdest ways. Huh, did she learn from the best? Pfft, she did, but the best definitely wasn't me. Maddie's pretty deadly with knives. Loves her flashy tricks. Bad habit, probably. Anyway, I'm sorry. I've been very rude. My name's Che. I used to own this place. Now I sort of sit around and cause trouble and sometimes have knives thrown at me, I guess. I'm Keyshawn, and I died today. Yeah. I'm alive, I'm alive. Looks like it.
What's happening? Hello. I do not remember having this many limbs. Join the club, pal. We are reborn in a new image.
I'm Kepler, nice to meet you. And I'm Jacoby. I am undefined. I don't know if that name will stick. My body is made of a milk carton. Should we just call it milk? And she called me Goon just because I made it of a Goon box. Ashley was yelling about someone called Lovelace the other day. That's a good one, I think. How's our new friend feel about it? Acceptable. Excellent. Nice to meet you, Lovelace. Okay, that happened. Look at you turning into a responsible human being. During intermissions, at the end of episodes, you can freely explore the terminal. Memories are scattered throughout the terminal that delve into the tales of its patrons. More locations and memories become available as you progress through the main story. Am I Keyshawn? Is that who I am? Who am I? I'm guessing I'm Keyshawn. Okay, so I don't even play the barista. Continue. Fisherman. Maddie was about to leave the counter when an old-looking man pushed the door open. He was hunched over and he walked with a bit of a limp. And even at the distance, she could see the leathery texture of his skin, a testament to many years well lived. Maddie had been about to leave the counter to Che, but there was something in the way the man walked that made her want to stay long enough to see if he had any special requests. She wasn't sure if she would like the man, and in fact, she was fairly sure that there was a good chance that she wouldn't have much to say, the man, or much that she would be interested in hearing from him. But it was obvious that the man had paid his dues, and she felt that she owed him at least a few moments of her time. Even if she hadn't done anything in life worth the admiration, he at least had done enough to earn her respect. It was only when the man sat down that Maddie saw that his skin was cracked but not wrinkled. Okay. Talking to her just continues the story. Upstairs. Can't go up. It's a nice feeling cafe though. This looks pretty freaking. Looks pretty darn nice. I always wonder with like cafes that have like a whole array of books, how they go about, like, do they even care, like, what books stay or go? How do you get these books? People just leave them. You'd be surprised, actually, honestly, the cafe I work at, people leave books a lot. I've had, in my time working at the cafe, I haven't picked them up. I don't take them with me because I don't read a lot of books anymore, but I'd say over a dozen books have been left in our cafe. We'll hold on to them for a couple days too, and then we just recycle them. Most of the books are usually fake books, but I feel like that's something I would do though if I ever ran a cafe that would have like bookshelves. Like, I would have like several books in there. How many phones? Phones? I would say that I've people don't leave behind their phones as much. But I've picked up maybe about a phone or two a year. People are usually pretty quick to notice when their phones are gone, so they'll come back for them right away. There was one phone that no one ever came back for that I think was a burner phone. I remember keeping it charged for a day or two because I was like, because it was looked like a pretty good phone. And I was just like, you know what, let me keep this phone charged, because if someone calls the phone, then I can be like, hey, do you know who this phone belongs to? so we can give it back. But people are usually pretty good with their phones. If I had a cafe though that had like books and stuff.
Oh, the bread is here.
Crazy Fox.
Can you believe it? They were just about to throw all this away. What
You
a
shall be
waste.
keeping me company on my drive home. Yay! That should have thrown something at me. 1 second. That should have thrown something at me. Need to also move this. Ah! There we go. 1 moment while I try to figure that out. Yeah, I have all this going so that when people... I think whenever people use certain emotes, it'll bonk me with it. Oh, another hype train. Neat. Follow, gift sub. Oh, I don't have regular sub. Okay, so that's how you do it. Chat message and the emote. Good to know. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna take the emotes out. And then regular sub. Thought I had sub. Sub throws 5 objects. There we go. Model importer. Just take the emotes out. Oh no! I got rid of the gift box. There we go. Back to home. There we go. Frickin'. There we go. I can also throw things at myself. Crazy Fox, how's the game? Arad says it's interesting, if not slow. I wouldn't say it's slow. It's setting itself up, and that was the first bit. Right now, I'm just a little bit confused with this part. It seems just like so that you can explore. Ah. Like right now, I can't really... Oh, Ashley's journal. Wild Lass. When I first saw the name of this bot, I thought it was styled to be like a girl who could run control storms and run like a ninja, a little lass of the wind, or maybe a girl of the elements, someone who was the ability to become the wind. I could vanish in an instant whenever Maddie appeared. She would look around and say, "Where's Ashley?" And I'd be right there, but she wouldn't notice because I'd be one with the wind. Then when she left, I would fade back into the room like a ninja. This would only work outside and the rooms are really breezy, so I'd probably set up fans in the workshop to make it really drafty. Then I looked it up online and learned that windlass is actually a fancy name for a winch used to pull anchors up, which at first made me think this bot was lame. It works by hooking its arm under enemy bots and pulling it up to flip them over. It never even tries to smash the other bot or bits or melt it with fire. But then I watched it in action and realized that flipping your enemy on their back to incapacitate them is the ultimate ninja move. Windlass moves like a master. Where did my thing go? Spending the entire match trying to bait its opponent into exposing its weakness. And then like a ninja master that knows how to jab at everyone at exactly the right pressure point on the back of... Most pots only have wheels or not. When I make a bot like Windlass, I'm gonna call it badass because that's what it is. Okay. Nothing much else going on here. I'm guessing I'm trying to figure out, like... Oh. Crucible product reviews. Spirit-resistant quartz crucibles with self-sealing lids. Product description: heat resistance. Self-sealing lids form airtight seals around the crucibles.
Ha!
Clean inner and outer covering, allow for easy spotting cracks and imperfections. Yeah, this looks like cafe food prices. $5 for like a tiny like sliver of cake. $4.60 for a fucking slice of a loaf. Yeah, that looks like cafe prices. Unless you go to like a bistro, most cafes that have food that aren't bistros as well, they usually have their food made somewhere else and shipped frozen. These are pretty standard grinders. Our grinders look similar. This one is more of a automatic, as it has this little funnel. So like you would turn the crank and then the grinds would fall, but ours has like a button on top, and then you push it and then it grinds it, and you can do a single shot or a double shot. The manual ones, they'll have like a little crank right here. This will be more just a cylinder, and then you would turn a crank and the crank would dispense the grinds. I'm just gonna talk about my job. Yeah, standard grinder. Our espresso machine looks similar to this too. Obviously more buttons, a little bit more fancy. But pretty standard industrial or commercial looking espresso machine. You only go for coffee shops for drinks for that reason. Yeah, but you'd be surprised. There are people, you don't need, okay, maybe they need 3, but still. I hope you enjoyed the game. I'm going to start my drive home, so now I'm going to be keeping you. Yeah, Crazy Fox. They got toasters, microwaves. Yeah, this is the kind of place that you can tell that they don't make food. Because again, they have a microwave, they have a toaster. You can usually tell right away. You come here for a drink, to socialize, and maybe a snack. You don't come here to eat. They're not restaurants. They also don't really bus tables. That's why they're actually considered fast food establishments, if anything. But yeah. Specials, blueberry pancakes, big breakfast. This is interesting, because this might mean that they actually have a kitchen in the back. A place this big, serving actual food would make sense. Oh, I like this. I like these like little like isolated like little like cubbies with seating. Oh, it's like having your own little space. That's nice. Again, the little round table with like the books, the tree in the center. I wonder if that's a real tree. It's probably a fake tree. Or maybe not. It could still be like a potted tree. I don't know. It's pretty big though. It'd probably have to be fake. Are they supposed to socialize at cafes? Oh no, I've been doing Starbucks wrong. I mean, some people go to do their homework, to write, to study. People just like the cafe environment. I kind of like to stay home. So I wouldn't seek out a cafe to go out and do things. I can't seem to leave. So thinking about alchemy the wrong way. Highlight passages from Thinking by Sophie Cordova. Most study of alchemy throughout history can be categorized as either partial alchemy, which aims to understand the world only as well as it's needed to fulfill certain utilitarian ends, or utilitarian, okay, and philosophical alchemy. That is alchemy which aims to come to a more complete understanding of the world as it is, without prejudice, for which portions of alchemical understand. I can't talk. the modern alchemy movement, there had been a tendency within literature to premises coming. Okay, much of this is based on the modern scientific movement and the post-enlightenment era. Much of our understanding of theoretical physics gives us more. That's a lot of reading. Aristotelian alchemical models. After juxtaposing wood against elements such as metal and fire, makes it apparent that wood possesses certain soul-like qualities that other elements lack, which might prompt us to question what it is about wood that seems to make it behave like a super element, which practical uses beyond the conventional. Well, there is a great irony in the fact that while these kinds of questions eventually lead us to discard the 5-element model, the new model no longer allows for the existence of this sort of question to exist in academic literature. This book serves as my guide to asking the wrong questions to arrive at the wrong answers that nonetheless seem to work. It is a book for troublemakers and rule breakers indeed. The fact that you hold this book in your hands right now is probably evidence that you have broken several rules to acquire it. That or you are a rule enforcer tasked with destroying my work, who for some reason has decided to take the time to read it. Perhaps you are reading my work in search for identifying information, which may lead you to my location, or you are reading to gain a better understanding of someone whom you consider to be an enemy. Perhaps after reading my work, you will realize that my ideas are not so dangerous as you've been to believe, or perhaps you will realize that they're actually exactly as dangerous as you've been told. Is that it? Why did that come about, from looking at the menu? Okay. I don't think there's any more to look around here. I can't go upstairs yet. Continue? Yes? Okay, let's continue with the story. Being home is nice. That's probably why I'm so lonely all the time. Well, I'm not lonely because I've got people here. We're all here together. So you're not lonely, Arad. You might feel that way, but you're among people. Man, I'd love to see that. I could use a pick-me-up. I can't promise it'll be there. It's kind of inconsistent. Still, though, a hallway that's only there sometimes? How did you get to the kitchen otherwise? There's another slightly longer one that we use instead. It's much less exciting. But my appetite is consistently... Wow, I cannot read today. I love telling new people about it, though. The reaction's always hilarious. I definitely didn't expect to be getting enthusiastic today over a weird quantum hallway. When people start getting nervous about magic, they usually start trying to explain it using science terms to reassure themselves. Or enthusiastic at all, actually. Because as soon as I stop to think about it, I realize I'm extremely messed up about this. I understand, your life has gotten very weird very fast, conceptually speaking. Or your unlife. I should be better at talking about this by now, shouldn't I? Geez, it's not a fun to think about, huh? Just keep talking about the hallway so I can keep my mind off this. To be honest, I'm not sure I could even properly explain a lot of what goes on in here. The building's mainly sentient. Too much magic in the soil for it not to be, really. So the cafe's alive? Not necessarily. Plenty of things have come to life here, but as far as we can tell, the building itself doesn't really fall into that category. Also, it mostly tends to shift itself in ways that are helpful instead of frustrating, so... Quantum hallways. I'm making myself a cuppa. Australian vernacular for a cup of tea. An important cultural institution, especially when drunk in the afternoon. I'm making myself a cuppa. You want something? No, I'm good for now. Also, what's the barista's name? I didn't actually catch it, and I feel like a jerk. Ah, Maddie? She's the owner now, not just the barista. Still makes coffee, of course, but since she's the owner now, she has a lot more to juggle. Why you asking? Got your eye on her, eh? No, I have a boyfriend. Had? Oh, geez, this is a lot. I can't imagine how he's feeling. Try not to think about it. Okay. Yep. Okay. You want that drink now? I think I want something a little more potent than coffee right now, sorry. Don't enable him, Kishan. Shush. I can get you something stronger, mate. Shot of whiskey, perhaps? A neat bourbon will always be the perfect mix of classy yet unpretentious. I thought this was a cafe. Well, it is, mostly. We do serve alcohol, though. The stronger things on a request. Stronger? Like what? Baijiu? Absinthe? Pure ethanol? You think a place like this wouldn't have anything stronger than that? Stronger than pure ethanol? Sure. Sure, remind me later, and I might pull out some of my special reserve. Don't enable him, Kishan. Hey, someone's gotta drink it. I know you're not gonna touch the stuff aside from setting it on fire. Excuse me? I have perfectly good reasons for wanting to set a puddle of distilled soul on fire. We'll agree to disagree on that one. So, Kishan, what'll it be? Actually, I changed my mind on that coffee. Can I order something complex? I gotta treat myself on my last day on Earth. I'm after a sugar rush. If we have the ingredients, it shouldn't be an issue. Maddie can whip it up for you. Cool. In that case, can I have a large quadruple shot double vanilla caramel no foam super hot reverse coconut milk macchiato? Fuck you. Oh my god. With 2 sugars and whipped cream on top? Maddie? Yes, dearest? Can you, I don't quite how to... Is this real? Oh, is it too much? I was gonna ask for that shot of whiskey Che mentioned earlier, but it seemed a little extra. Well, yes. Is it too much? I don't think even Starbucks would serve that. Why? Because it's a fucked up order, man! Dang. Every single word of that increased my urge to set the espresso machine on fire, so I wouldn't have to think about making coffee ever again. Maddie has the classic symptoms of being a pyromaniac, but she's definitely not a pyromaniac. But the whiskey's fine. I do that too. I have a counteroffer, which you have to accept. Yeah? I'll make you another double shot long black, and I'll put whiskey in it. But I won't call you a hipster this time. If you decline my offer, on God, I will strip your soul from your body and use it to scrub the counters at closing time. They will smell delicious afterwards. That's any a consolation. Yikes. It does sound like a competitive counteroffer, not the soul thing. I'll take the coffee. My generosity knows no bounds. Normie. Okay. I had an aneurysm with that. Here's the thing. So, I can't remember everything. So it was like what? It was a quadruple shot, so that's 4 shots of espresso, vanilla and caramel, no foam extra hot, no foam. So foam happens when you steam milk, obviously. If you whisk the milk and let a little bit of air in, that's what creates foam. But even then, when something is steamed to a high degree, as it cools, foam will just naturally develop. So, it'll be no foam for like the first 10 seconds, depending on how hot extra hot is for you. Cafe I work at, regular hot temperature, standard hot is 150. Extra hot, you're looking at 170. Some people ask for 180. Some people ask for 190, and they're fucking insane. Because anything past like 180 is actually, I think anything past 180 actually kills your throat cell, like actually kills cells. Like you're burning away the cells on your throat when you have anything more than 180. That's why you burn yourself. But there are people who drink that hot. Like, that's not hot. Even that's not hot for them. And I don't understand why. Reverse. Now, in my cafe, it's not too outrageous, but foam is going to happen one way or another. People usually order no foam because maybe the last time they ordered their drink, it was a bit too much for their liking. But the thing is, though, most people like milk foam. I don't know, it's really weird. But no foam, extra hot, is a thing people say. And for me, it's a little bit silly. But then we go to reverse, I think, was the next one. In my cafe, the first thing that gets shot into the cup is espresso. And then everything else goes on top of it. The only thing that ever goes before the shot of espresso is any flavor shots. And they'll mix with the espresso. Now, my assumption by him asking for reverse is that he wants everything thrown in first and the espresso thrown in last before the whipped cream and the 2 sugar on top. The 2 sugar on top, I don't think anyone actually does that. You're literally just wanting sugar sprinkled on top of your whipped cream. I've never had anybody ask for that. Coconut milk was another modification. It's just he wants it made with coconut milk. Funny thing about non-dairy milk is that non-dairy is very easy to fuck up. If you allow too much air while you're steaming, you get a lot of foam. It's really easy to foam non-dairy milk if it's a special like formula for baristas so that we can make like latte art and stuff. I'm rambling, but it's not an impossible order, but it is an obnoxious one. So, to conclude, that order sucked because it defies the law of physics, has a heart attack's worth of sugar in it, and is something only wankers ask for. Is it possible to die twice? Yep. You can die twice if you're brought back from the dead, or if you manage to really annoy someone between here and the next place, which is more likely because resurrection is illegal. Resurrection is served for emergencies, and the council has very particular distinctions about what's considered an emergency. Many centuries passed without a single qualified emergency. There goes my drink. But if you're asking whether you can get a heart attack or whatever, the answer is no. Life and death have a slightly different meaning here. Can't die from natural causes. It's a bit complex and weird, and we're still in the process of figuring out how it all works. I'm still 200 years old, and I still haven't made proper sense of it yet. Over. Just some vague ideas. Right. So what's keeping me from just staying here? Like, I'm already dead. Why do I have to go to the next place? You've got a certain number of hours you're allowed to remain on the edge of the mortal realm. Hours are fungible. Fungible? They can be bought, sold, and exchanged, generally speaking. But the Council of Death always collects on debts owed to them, and you'll start running up a debt if you stay here too long. Your soul starts to get itchy too. Is there any feeling less pleasant than an itch you can't scratch? Probably, but it's still up there. Your soul starts to get... So Jesus' death is an emergency? I guess by this logic, yes. Your soul starts to get itchy too. It's not something you want to experience. We've had a few stay past their allotted time, and they've gotten very uncomfortable very fast. It starts with general irritability, and then worse things begin to happen. It's a weird thing to wrap your head around. How long do I have before I need to make myself scarce? You get 24 hours. Any longer and we start to pick up the tab since you're on our premises. The terminal is a place where borrowed time may have a literal meaning. Has a very literal meaning. And as charming as you are, we've already racked up too much time debt from letting people stick around past their expiry date. We're deep enough in the hole as it is, hours-wise. And cash-wise, we're extremely poor. We've been a bit too lenient in the past, letting people stay just a little longer instead of genuinely shooing them into the next plane of existence, etc. You know the drill. But hey, since hours are fungible, you can always acquire them some other way. And there's something happening tonight, actually, that you might be interested in. Seriously, you're still doing that? Shush. You know the council doesn't look on that stuff favorably. Ned said so himself. It draws customers. It helps us shave down the debt. I'll take whatever I can get. And hey, fuck Ned. We have a 13-year-old right here, you know. Yawn. She's heard enough coarse language for a lifetime. I'm not too worried about her. She's right, though. What?
Every time Ned comes around, he makes you guys really stressed out. Maybe not you so much, but Maddie gets nervous and it brings down the mood, man. So fuck Ned.
Goodness, I think you've had too much coffee today.
I'm crashing so hard right now, you have no idea. It's like I was crashing earlier, but that was just a pre-crash, and I'm doing a double crash or something.
I can ask that you try and keep this room to a minimum when customers are around.
Okay. Does Keyshawn count?
It's fine. It's fine. A couple of my housemates are tradies, so you learn to ignore that pretty quick. Housemates, a great way to save money on rent and never get lonely if you're not attached to the idea of personal space. Are tradies? Were tradies? Ugh. They're still tradies unless they changed career in the last couple days, but they're not my roommates anymore because... Hey mates, have I mentioned how much being dead sucks? Because it sucks and I feel extremely bad about it. Having a pretty bad time right now in general, to be honest.
Yup.
Even just adapting your language is a pain, isn't it? Want a proper drink now? Without coffee in it? Yeah, that'd be good. The TV doesn't say anything about there being a storm tonight. Huh. It looks like a decent sized one's rolling in. Melbourne weather strikes again. I'll go upstairs and close the windows. Cheers. Come on, Ashley. Let's clean up your workbench while we're up there, yeah? Do you need a bribe?
Yes.
I have some chocolate hidden away.
Acceptable.
Wait. Dead people can still get drunk, yeah?
Why else do you think we serve alcohol?
To make money? Well, yeah. Hang on. Do I even have my wallet?
Doubt it.
I don't, yeah. How does that work? Why do I have my clothes but not contents of my pockets?
I don't know, dude. Everyone's experience is different. Death doesn't follow many rules. Only universal rule I can think of is that you can't stay.
People don't generally come in without their clothes, unfortunately. Or, people don't come in without their clothes, fortunately. Can't read. So about this drink, I guess you're gonna give me straight vodka or something?
Why is that?
You don't like making complex drinks. Dude, no. I don't like making ridiculous caffeine... No, dude. I don't like making ridiculous caffeine-laced milkshakes for overcompensating soccer dads. I'm happy to mix a cocktail within reason. What have you got then?
Shay's got everything you could think of. And then some.
I could go for a mint julep. Hey, what's that outside?
Outside?
Some guy out in the rain.
Oh, shit.
Maddie, what's up?
Let's get started on that drink.
Morning. Hi. Hello, recently departed. Hey, that hat you're wearing kind of makes you look like Ned Kelly. I could have sworn you were standing outside literally a second ago. So how'd this one cark it? Good morning to you too, Ned. 7 o'clock in the morning, Madeline. Piss off, Nedward.
Piss off, Nedward. That's not even my full name.
Isn't it, Maddie? Chase says it was and he never lies.
He never said that.
Well, no. But it was worth a try.
A try at what? Catching me off balance? Some shit along those lines? Mate, I'm so off balance right now that a light breeze would knock me head over ass. Don't push me.
Hey, this mint julep is great. Just wanted to contribute to the conversation. So you catch the game last night? Australian Football League provides everyone with a chance to root for your favorite local team unless you're Tasmanian. No. And I don't care about the egg sport with you or anyone else. Don't try it. Oof. Just making polite conversation. You should try it sometime. Maybe. Not for you, though. You've never come in during daylight hours before. What do you want? Nothing much. I'd like to talk to Shay at some point, but it can wait, seeing as he's missing. Planning on sending out a search party? Might do. I'd be ashamed to lose an old friend by letting him wander into some train tracks or something. Yeah, well, shut up. He's upstairs last I saw. What was the last you saw, Maddie? Tell me. Why are you like this? What was it? Last saw him walking upstairs. So he could be anywhere then. Probably fled the country to dodge the massive time debt you lot are racking up. No matter. Some obligations have a way of following you no matter where you go. You can't go far. I've got him on a pretty tight leash. And in regards to the debt, it's not your problem. You must not have heard. Not your problem. Shay! Your dickhead friend Ned is here. Oi. I'm a distinguished gent, not a dickhead. I'll be down in a sec. Yeah, sure, but you also work for the Council of Death, so even if you are a distinguished gent, it cancels out. Is the Council of Death like a normal city council, except for whatever dead people live? Yeah, but the only trash that needs to be collected is right in front of me. This guy? Me? No, you. You're the trash, Ned. The trash is you. It's you. Ned the trash man from hell. Because councils pick up trash. That's the joke. People do actually caffeine crash. It's like going 100 miles a minute and then hitting the brakes. It's when you have a lot at once and then your levels go down at once. That's why, you know, like sugar rushes usually happen when you have a fuck ton of candy and you get hyper and then suddenly you freaking all the sugar wears off, but it's all at once. So you don't like trickle down to tired, but it's done. Caffeine works similarly. You can have a caffeine crash. He's even got a head shaped like a rubbish bin. Totally fitting. I'm not from hell. I don't care. And to be clear, Ned, in case we weren't already, you are the trash. Yeah, I get it. You know how long Shay's gonna be? Dunno. He was busy upstairs with Ashley. Yeah, I had to hide like 5 steak knives from her. I didn't even know we had 5 steak knives. Be quiet there, mate. How long have you been sitting there? Doesn't matter. Well, your employee's being very rude to me, so if you'd heard any of that, I keep trying to tell him, my employee, yes. We have some catching up to do. I don't follow. Did she quit? Did you fire her for gross incompetence? Maddie's not the one to back down away from a challenge, but if she did, she wouldn't be the first. Far from it. There's been a lot of shakeup in the cafe's management structure since you last visited. Oh no, don't tell me you gave her the whole thing. Okay, I won't tell you. Have I just been good at ratioing? It could also be that you have a higher tolerance. People with a higher tolerance have a harder time crashing on things. And tolerances can be built up. For, you know, if you're that kind of person. I used to be able to drink pretty strong coffee and then not really crash, but then I had like winded down to just regular drip. And I can't drink like Americanos anymore, and those were shots of espresso over water. I get really, really jittery and then I crash. You're not supposed to have 30 Red Bulls in one day is dangerous. That is very, very dangerous. You should not be having that. You should even be having like 10 Red Bulls in a day, let alone 30. Oh my god, how did they not get a heart attack? Holy goodness. Wow. Let me take a quick second to refill my tankard here. I've got like a metal tankard. And maybe grab some more snack. So I will be right back in just a second. You're gonna see me just like chill. had a coworker who drank multiple 5-hour energies in a day. Oh god, no. Oh my god. I know I froze for a minute. I just had to grab a robe because I'm so cold. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the bonks. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. But yeah, no, oh my god, 5? Wait, yeah, multiple. No, 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 that's so bad. Never, never. Ah! Let me just check, because I sent Gesture some messages. Don't know if he ever replied to me. No, I don't think he did. Just had to make sure. I have crispers here as like a bit of a snack. Because I'm a little bit hungry and soup isn't really that filling. Huh. Okay. Well. Hey, does anyone else like mint juleps? Because this is great and I'm nearly done, but also my tongue is numb and I'm wondering what the deal is with that. Was there something you wanted to discuss? I need a drink before we go through all that. Sure. The usual? Yes, please. How come he gets a curly straw? Okay. Spin me a tale of how and why you handed down the cafe to this person. Or to pause to this person. Well. Every man's got his price. Can my price be a curly straw too? Buddy. I'll give you 2 if it means you'll stop complaining about numb lips. Yeah, what did you make this with? I couldn't find half the ingredients, so I put in a bunch of bayou and chili seeds? I've got some of the stuff though, so it's a mint julep in spirit if nothing else. Does this have any mint or julep in it? At all? It definitely may be lacking mint, but I cannot confirm nor deny the existence of the mythical julep. To some people this place seems otherworldly, for others this is just the world they live in. You asked for Baiju earlier though, so there you go, mission complete. Maddie. I'm getting very drunk very fast. Bayou will do that to ya. Here, I think you should have a little lie down. I'll get you some water. I'm as strong as an ox. I don't need no lie down. Sean, my dude, you absolutely need to get horizontal as soon as possible. You can sober up in one of the booths in the back. It's nice and quiet over there. I'll fight ya. I'll win though. You get up, mate. Bloody hell. It would have been helpful if you told me about this before. Probably. I'm not worried about it. Maddie knew what she was getting into with this whole cafe. Bloody hell. Bit of a dog's dinner though, isn't it? Ned would know. Oh, for sure. But it'll get better. Like I said, I'm not worried about it. Well, you might want to hold your judgment for that on that for a moment. I am unfortunately here on official business. Oh. I shouldn't have given you the straw then. No, you shouldn't have. I look quite silly. Want me to get rid of it? It's just Maddie. She won't use it to derail our conversation or make me look like a fool or anything like that. Straw? No, I'll get you one after you have a nap. You can sip the water like a normal person. I'll put it in the dirty dishes then. Sacrifice I make for this job. Hey, you met me through it, so you can't be all that bad. That was bloody 100 years ago. Man, really? Longer. Time flies when you're immortal, huh? Quasi-mortal. This old rust bucket's still got an expiry date somewhere down the line. Time comes for us all. What's this about immortality? Hey, you should buy more plants. Shut up! Sorry, continue? Immortality? Nothing that I trust you with, that's for sure. Aw, don't you want to see crotchety old me being rude to youngsters in 100 years? Truly, I do not. Probably you shouldn't drink anything with more. Honestly, His authority question. She really gets under his skin. All right. But yeah, even the Steam page says it's very inspired by like the anime aesthetic. So it doesn't surprise me that they went for an anime aesthetic with their like opening. This shouldn't be a depressing memory for any of us. Doodle mode is now available. You can now speak to Ashley and access doodle mode. Oh, I'm upstairs now. Oh yeah, well that's where they were. Huh.
Ah.
Squeaky, I have made good on my word.
Yeah?
Oh! Oh, you have the polo emote now. Oh, you have them both. Oh, you have the gallon and polo emotes. Oh boy. Oh boy. Brad took a sip from his beer. It was non-alcoholic, but there was something about the dry aftertaste that kept him frosty. I can now fulfill the ship. There's another set of there's a pair of icons that I got for Pocky Day of Gallon and Polo. Not sure we should share them. They go together, like they're two halves of a whole. I'm not sure if I want to share them. I might ask Jake about it, if he's not already still here. But yeah. There was something about the dry aftertaste that kept him frosty. He had a problematic 9-ball in the upper right corner. He had a low percentage shot on it if he elected to bank on it, but he had 2 other stripes in the lower left to set it up. If he had an audience, he'd go for the bank shot for sure. He liked the chance to shine. But today there was no one to impress, no audience for flashy low percentage shots. Okay. We have board games here. Yeah, I've seen some cafes that have... was it... Oh, was it when I lived back in Jersey, or was it... Or is it here? Where there's like a board game cafe. And the cafe is like lined with board games, and you can play board games with people. I know that there's a cafe here that is for like small budding entrepreneurial people, and it has like, they're kind of like this, but they've got like just a wide desk and then like a couch kind of chair kind of thing. It's separated to look like little tiny offices, and it's for people who want to like manage their business in a cafe. I've never been in it because I don't need to be in there, but like, huh. Maddie was washing her hands when Ashley poked her head around the corner. Here to give us something or here to ask something, thought Maddie to herself as she dried her hands and turned to face the girl. The grin on Ashley's face confirmed that it was the latter. Maddie arched her eyebrow and turned to the coffee grinder. Ashley stepped around the corner and stood close enough to Maddie to occupy her field of view. Every time Maddie turned, Ashley again repositioned herself. She was waiting for Maddie to notice her. After a minute, Maddie decided that having Ashley hovering around her was more distracting than indulging whatever it was she wanted to talk about. What do you need, Ashley? I don't need anything, said Ashley. Though now I think you mentioned things, I think you might need something. Such as an advisor. Ashley smiled triumphantly as she delivered the word. Uh-huh. What would I need an advisor for? To advise you, of course, said Ashley. And I suppose you have a suggestion on who I should take on as an advisor? Well, said Ashley, now that you mention it, I'm not too busy. I could be your advisor, because you're an expert on advising. That's what an advisor needs to know about. And what makes you an expert on advising?
I've been learning a lot about advisors, said Ashley. They get to help make important decisions, and the person they're advising has to take responsibility for them. That's why I'd make a good advisor.
Because you don't want to take responsibility for your actions?
I take responsibility for my advice, but if someone follows my advice, then that's their decision and their responsibility. Duh.
I don't think I need an advisor, said Maddie.
Oh, but you do, said Ashley. Aren't you always complaining about how busy you are?
Yes, said Maddie. So busy that I don't have time to have extra counseling sessions with you.
I'm not going to be your counselor, Maddie. I'm going to be your advisor.
The difference being?
A counselor counsels and an advisor advises.
Of course, said Maddie.
Busy people always seem to have advisors, said Ashley. The Prime Minister has advisors. Presidents do. All the most important people have advisors. Their advisors tend to be more experienced than they are, said Maddie. Advice travels from those who have it to those who need it. And I'm doing fine, so I don't need anything. Well, I'm doing fine, so I don't need anything, said Ashley. But you could do with some advising, and I'd be happy to give you all the advice I've got. Plus, you're more important than I am. You're kind of like the Prime Minister of the terminal, or the President of the terminal, or whatever. The kind of person who needs advisors.
I see.
So am I hired?
You already have a lot on your plate, I'm sure.
Nope. I've got lots of free time. I got lots of time free.
Ah, in that case, you have time to wash these dishes for me. Let me know when you're done.
Wait! I'm only free to advise. I'm physically fatigued from a long day of work. Only my mind has extra processing power. I can only help you if it's by advising.
Well, advising has physical responsibilities associated with it, right? Like, sometimes an advisor will go to places to get important information.
I guess so. I can do anything that relates to giving you information.
In that case, Advisor Ashley, I need you to give me a report on which of these plates looks best when it's sparkling clean.
But they're all dirty right now.
Exactly. Time for you to do some investigative research. See ya! Okay. Maddie's inbox. The science book. Spirit beacon. You can see disappearing from the bottle. The only spirit beacon that is even remotely close. Unacceptable. Fix this now. GeneBean19 at Yahoo. I wonder if that's an actual email. GeneBean19 at Yahoo.com. Oh, 2014. I just noticed the dates. Are we like in 2300? What the fuck? Ashley said. Turn off your beacon. Friends from. The possessed steak knife wandered off far enough to find your beacon. Sorry I missed your message. I no longer use this address. Please use contact at for anything related to terminal business. Okay. Beacon. Is it this? Is it the tree? Is the tree the spirit beacon? Darts. Not gonna lie, I really like looking around the cafe. Okay. Yeah, there's not much else here. Or the stairs back down. Keep the balance. You're overdue this week, said Ned. Oh, excuse me. So audit me, fine. Check your ledger. We don't keep a ledger. Maybe you should. Lots of places do. It's a great system. You have someone stand at your door and have them mark down whenever someone comes in or leaves. Because when you don't, then we have a problem. Figure it out. Change 24 to 23. When you say 24 hours, people think you just colloquially mean one day. And they don't pay attention to the specific time. When you say 23 hours, people actually have to keep track of what time it is. That would be fine, except the part where you're cutting time of people's stay. Trust me. Anyone who would go right up to the limit is probably going to go over it. Let's finish their drink. And if they leave in less than 24 hours, who gives a shit? I give a shit. You're right, you should give a shit. In fact, you should celebrate whenever you manage to scooch someone out of here in under 24 hours. Keep the balances upset. Because the balance is upset if you've got to correct it. You can either correct the balance 1 hour at a time, or the council can come in here and repossess some souls. Or we can find someone who knows how to manage this property responsibly. He turned to Clay. Come on, buddy. I don't want to have to take this place away from you. That'd be quite the escalation, said Maddie. Well, you're already on the first level escalation, which is a stern talking to. Let's try to escalate it any further. Well, Maddie cut him off. We'll change the rule to 23 hours, okay? Buzz off. Wow, really? Well, okay then. While you're rewriting the signs, you should also make the green tea frappuccino. You should also take the green tea frappuccino off the menu. Fraps should be for tea, not coffee. For coffee, not tea. Done, said Matt. Hey, some people really like green tea frappuccinos. We use matcha in ours. It's pretty popular. It's really fucking popular, actually. Wait, really? Damn, I didn't realize you were so open to feedback. Also, that caramel will take it under advisement. Hold up. Moving an unwanted guest. I need the practice if we're going to start enforcing these rules you care so much about. Now Look, you could just... Bye! I really like the atmospheric music. The music's really nice. It kind of gives me the feeling like I'm in a cafe. Or like the atmosphere a cafe should be giving. I've been meaning to take that off anyway. And the menu. It's the kind of menu item that attracts the worst sort of people. Time to balance out. All that extra time anyway. Oh, that's the end of this one. That's funny. Take the green tea frappuccino off. Brings the worst kind of people. I will say. I will say, actually, she has a point. Some of the most janky, rude customers usually order a blended drink. They're just as extra as what they put in their mouth. What do I do? Ah! I'm homesick, so that should explain that. Aw, I'm sorry that you're sick, Mom. How do I get down? Oh, there's a fish here. The Fisherman, Part 2. The expression of Jack's face was expectant when Maddie came out of the kitchen carrying his— Ah! Yeah, but I can't go down them. There's a sign. It won't let me. I'll check again. One check. Should I send for the fancy donuts, or are those reserved for when you're drunk? Fish like this, you know, not all memories are good, but this fish, it tastes like adventure, conquest. You fish much? You could say that. Any big ones? Lots, I'm sure, but I'm more of a quantity over size kind of person. Most important weight is your tally. I'm not the patient kind of fisherman. Where'd you learn to be so patient if not from fishing? Fishing's the only time I'm not a patient man. Funny, I tend to hear the opposite from people. I take really long vacations, so that's when you fish. That's when I don't fish. Tradesman, better known as a fisherman, but yeah. That's such is life in Alaska. Oh, excuse me. Fishing season gets shorter every year. Of course, halibut's a really good fish. You can only catch them when they migrate, is that it? It's the kind of business that's only open a few days out of the year, thanks to Mother Nature. 1970, halibut season was 150 days. Then they got shortened to 100. You only work 100 days out of the year? No ma'am. 100-day halibut season was before my time. By the time I found myself on that side of the Pacific, we were down to fishing derbies. Actually, that's what got me out here. Derbies? All the fish you can catch for 24 hours. They're spaced out. Fishing season is just a few days a year now. Can you make a living doing that? You can catch a lot of fish in one day. That's why they had to shorten the season. It doesn't take very many skiffs on the water before you have a problem with overfishing. I was sold on the premise of working for several days out of the year and being able to come back home and live the good life for 360 days out of the year. I didn't have to work. He grinned in the way that suggested he wanted Maddie to prompt further. Did Alaska deliver on that promise? Is America truly a land where the streets are paved with gold? The streets aren't paved with gold, even though I'm told there's black gold to be found in Alaska. But yes, Alaska did deliver what was promised. I worked several derbies a year, and I made enough to live pretty well. I just skipped the part where I was supposed to come back home. What's the matter? Didn't you want to sail back to Australia? Afraid of getting seasick? No, ma'am. You met somebody who convinced you to stay? A few someones. You spend some time working a skiff with someone. It's the kind of bond you don't find easily, and it's not the kind of thing you give up on easily. That kind of bond, working off only a few days out of the year, it's intense. It's like being in the line of duty. It's a little like going to war. War against the fish, war against the sea. When it's all you can catch for 24 hours, you don't have time to be safe. When the day arrives, you're out in the water, no matter the weather, and those skiffs are not large boats. For every 1,000 fishermen that go out, 997 come back. Firefighters have better odds than that. Soldiers have better odds than that. So yeah, it is a bit like going to war. So 3 in every 1,000. I don't know what the percentage would be, but there were sometimes I could swear I could smell death on the water. And every time you pulled up the shore with a boat full of fish and the same number of men you left with, it was a giant middle finger to death's face. In those moments, you never feel more at home. And when you have that kind of experience with someone, you don't fuck off to spend a year in Australia, you know? I'm one of them now. But I ended up here. I think I always knew I would be here sooner or later. Okay, 0.3%. Oh, that says. Okay. Okay, so I know the stairs are there. I'm just seeing if there's anything more to look at. Oh, okay, it's free now. It was closed before and I couldn't go down. I think it's because I'm like reading stuff. Enter doodle mode. Continue. Thinking about alchemy. Oh, we already. Okay, let's go see what we can do with Ashley. Enter doodle mode. What's this? In doodle mode, you can draw a face for each Ashling. Oh. We can draw on them. Can I use my tablet for that? Ah, I dropped the controller. I wonder if I can use my tablet to draw on their face. Okay, Lovelace is a milk jug. Damn it. It's a cow. Oh, I reset it again. God damn it. Damn it! God. Hold on, I gotta grab my tablet again. Ah. I'm dropping everything.
Ah.
He's a cow. I don't want to know the difference between clear drawing and reset. Yeah, I don't understand either. Oh, we have the whole fucking box. Oh, this is a previously saved state. Okay. There we go. There we go. I'm not gonna spend too much time on them. It's just drawing on her little robots. That's cute. This should be a depressing memory for any of us. Okay. I was gonna say weird that it brought me all the way back up here. Did it save my doodles? I don't know if it did. Not for good. Okay. And being backed by cat? Nah. Okay. I think... How long have we been going? I think we are going to do one more chapter. And then I think we will call it. I don't know if there's anything else here. You ever look at your Twitch recommendations and go, this person streams? Because I've been doing that a lot. Not really. Funny enough, I don't watch that many streams. I find myself sometimes, excuse me. I do find myself kind of watching Shoto once in a while. But Other than that, I can't really say I'm like, I have to catch this person's stream or like, you know, itching to be on some, like, watch someone streaming. I think it's because even if it's not my own streams, I'm involved with so many other streams that, like, when I have the free time, I wanna do my own thing. So, I hope that makes any sense. Let's continue. I'm enjoying this so far. I think it's really cute. Day 2 of the terminal. Rise and shine. Don't wanna. You shouldn't waste your last hours on Earth sleeping. Oh, I should've. Some more pedantic magical practitioners are quite bothered by flippant and colloquial use of the word luck. Shay isn't one of them. Still having trouble getting my head around it. I totally understand. Want a coffee? Yeah, just something simple. Hipster coffee coming right up. What's going on downstairs? I don't even know you had it downstairs. There's more to this place than meets the eye. Maddie's down there, desperately trying to fix our debt situation. Sounds like she's hosting a cage match or something. Well, not exactly, but she's mentioned wanting to do that. There's some wrestler called the Red Comet that she wouldn't stop talking about for a while. And then because of that, Ashley got obsessed with wrestling for a bit and kept trying to suplex me. Ashley's small, so she has to opt for wrestling moves that control the opponent's weight instead of trying to lift them. Did she manage to? She's tiny. A couple of times. Ha! It was very humiliating. Coffee shop more than meets the eye. Though I want to point out that I'm less looking for stream and more seeing them at the edge of my... Yeah, no, definitely. Very humiliating. I can imagine. But to properly answer your question, Maddie is running a gambling ring. Downstairs? All by herself? It's a fairly unconventional one. And by unconventional, you mean... mortals generally aren't involved. The stakes are higher than usual. Oh. Coffee's ready. Come over and get it. They gamble for time, among other things. You don't sound like you're a huge fan of the idea. I'm not. It's undignified. As long as Maddie's not in danger, shouldn't it be fine? The council doesn't like it. They turn a blind eye because we couldn't cause trouble. We don't cause trouble otherwise. But I'd rather not have to worry about bad things coming our way because Maddie refuses to approach the problem from a different angle. By the problem, you mean the debt, yeah? I was pretty drunk, but I think I remember Maddie storming off after Ned turned up. Yes, I'm a bit worried about her. Wish I could help. You all seem pretty nice. The thought's appreciated. Maddie will figure it out eventually, though, I'm sure. She just needs time. Hey, thanks for the coffee, by the way. I just realized you haven't actually made me pay for a bunch of them. Heh, how'd you expect to pay for them? Alright. Yeah, no cash. If I were feeling particularly capricious, I'd ask you to pay in time. But you're a nice kid, and you need every minute you've got. Okay. You want to head downstairs? I can see your eyes darting to the stairs. I'm not going down, but I'm not going to stop you. Yeah, if that's okay. Go on then. I'll stick up around up here. Catch you in a bit. The stairs that led down to the basement were solid and well-worn, with smooth ruts on each step and a handrail that had been polished to a silky sheen through years of use. Keyshawn had always liked stairwells. People never lingered in them for long, and he'd found them to be a good place to catch a breather. He wasn't obsessed with them, that'd be weird, but he definitely appreciated a nice set of stairs. On further reflection, it was probably a little weird. Downstairs, Maddie's audience clamored for blood. From you to me. But With the understanding that your remaining moments on this plane are limited, you surrender this time freely without coercion as agreed. Contract fulfilled, you're free to go. Phew. That's 3 in a row, you bloodthirsty bastards. Just watch out, she might throw a knife at you. The crowd cheered. Maddie was clearly an expert at winding them up into a frenzy. Who's next? The room fell dead silent. Come on, isn't anyone here brave enough to challenge me? I thought you came here to play with knives, you pansies. Seriously, anyone? Don't hold out on me. Cough. Do I need to pick someone out from the crowd then? Is this what we've come to? Maddie's gaze swept the audience. Keyshawn, good to see you upright. Interested in a game of skill? Me? Yes, you. Sure. Give me some enthusiasm, my man. Sure, what's the game? 5-finger fillet. Some of the people in here just call it the knife game. You heard of it? Oh, finally something I'm good at. Episode 3, Rise and Shine. You got a lot of knives in this place. Tell me about it. Damn, this thing has good weight on it. Of course, I wouldn't make you compete with an inferior tool. What? Sorry, I was waiting for you to segue into calling me an inferior tool. Shit, that was low-hanging fruit, wasn't it? Next time, mate. Sure. Keyshawn did another experimental slash, and this time it made an audible swoosh. The spectators oohed and awed, but this wasn't for them. He knew that he only had one shot to get accustomed to the blade. You done showing off? Nothing wrong with putting on a little show. Sounds like you're stalling for time. Getting cold feet? Not a chance. Let's get started then. You know what you're wagering. Clay mentioned something about you gambling with time. It's not gambling if it's a game of skill, but that's besides the point. We're both wagering 4 hours. If you win, it comes from the cafe's balance. If I win, it comes from yours. You've got around 16 hours left in case you weren't keeping track. Shit, only that many? Want a little extra time to play with then? Hell yes, let's stop wasting it and get this over with. You sure you know what you're getting into? Most people are pretty shy about playing with the time they have left, especially when their tank's running as empty as yours. Yep, come on, unless you're getting cold feet. Hardly. You've got 30 seconds. Smack the timer when you're ready. Keyshawn fed off their enthusiasm. In response, Maddie leaned back and tapped her finger on the table, feigning impatience. We're good if you want to put on a show, and of course giving spectators a show is part of the fun. You might be going fast enough to put on a show, but you're not going fast enough to win. How'd I do? 16 sets if I counted correctly. Well, couldn't do 16. That's how many Maddie beat me with. Is she gonna lose? Nah, she's gonna kick his ass. Feeling good about the result? Certainly am. Rightio then. Watch closely. Oh, I will. 16. 1, 2, 3, 7, 11, 15. Told ya, she's unbeatable. Is it magic? She could cheat if she wanted to. Definitely not, she's just that good. Poor guy, he didn't know what he was getting into. Sorry, mate. Beat me fair and square, I'm pretty impressed. I aim to please. I'll be taking those hours now if you don't mind. How does this work? Just like this. You won't feel a thing. White hot. You can't beat entropy. Anytime you do an energy transfer, there's going to be some amount of energy lost to heat. Oh, shit. Sorry, I lied. It's done now, though. Okay. Alright, does anyone else dare to compete with me? Come on, looking for some actual decent opposition here. I'll take any challenge, even if it's chess or something. Any challenge? I challenge you to get everyone a drink. Rounds on me. I didn't realize you were watching. There wasn't anything happening upstairs and I got bored. Right, so... You took some hours from Keyshawn, huh?
Yes, I did.
Do you feel good about that? Shay, do you?
I won them fair and square.
He didn't know what he was getting into. That's an obvious power imbalance here that you're... Shay isn't the one to let you forget the responsibilities that come with power. He knew the rules. It doesn't change anything. You led him to believe that he'd get some extra time.
And?
Barring a miracle on his part, that absolutely wasn't going to happen.
It doesn't matter. He's just passing through. A couple hours won't make any difference.
Maddie, I'm disappointed in you. Our patrons respect us. We need to earn that respect by treating them with respect ourselves. This is not respectable or dignified. Cheating vulnerable passers through out of their time. We're above that. We're better than that. I don't care whether you think it's dishonest or not. I want you to give that poor man his time back. Don't pout. This is serious. I feel like a broken record saying this, but while I understand your intentions are good, you can't keep doing these things. It's all for you. If you really want to do this for me, find another way. This isn't worth it, Maddie. It breaks my heart to see you like this, and I know that you're trying your hardest, but this really truly is not worth sacrificing your own self-respect over. Everyone here respects you, but you gambling with hours just cheapens that. I'll give the hours back.
Shame, I was pretty great with the knife.
Still not as good as me.
That was pretty close. Have a good night, Rod.
Okay. There they are. Lovelace. Yes? What form did you have before being reborn? I think I was a crab. No, I'm being serious. Ashley wouldn't harvest spirit liquid from a crab. You're assuming an awful lot about how squeamish she is. I do remember flying though. Describe. Did you eat insects and tree sap and flower nectar? That is familiar. Wonder how Ashley found you then. Some bright lights earlier. Oof. Yeah, I'm thinking you got hit by a car. It seems likely. Is that bad? I mean, you're here now, so... whether you like it or not. Shut up. I'm still adjusting. Little silly robots. That was a short one. That was a short episode. Look at you, turning into a responsible human being. Oh. Studio mode is now available. You can now speak to Keyshawn to access studio mode. Fight Club. Rotten Poppy. Oh, the fisherman. Ashley's journal too. I guess I'll be able to go upstairs in when I interact with everything. Wandering spirit. Keyshawn's footsteps echoed the way it startled him. Were his footsteps always so loud? Perhaps it was just the contrast of the surrounding environment. But it seemed completely silent that made his footfall seem so genuinely loud as he walked along the catwalk. He was on a catwalk. Why was he on a catwalk? There seemed to be a gaping space below him, filled with some sort of mist that he couldn't see through. It was fog-like, and yet despite the fog that lapped at his feet, the air felt so dry. The air was thick here. As he breathed heavily, Keyshawn felt an overwhelming, sweet, sickly odor, like the smell of wet or rotting wood, but all he could see around him were steel beams and a concrete path in front of him. Was it rust he was smelling? No, he knew the smell of rust. This was different. The smell was somehow organic, like the smell of a forest after a fresh rainfall. Keyshawn shivered. Far in the distance, he could see what looked like a building of some sort, so far away that it made the structure he was inside feel almost tunnel-like, as if its only purpose was to convey him to that distant building. He continued walking forward, but as he walked, the building seemed to be growing more and more distant. He quickened his pace, and as he walked faster, he could feel himself moving through the thick, stifling air. Yet as he looked down, he could see the texture of the catwalk in front of him unchanged, as though he were walking in place. Keyshawn started to turn backward, but saw only a blinding light. His eyes immediately shut, and when he opened them, he was again facing into the tunnel, with a distant building at the center of his field of view. He tried turning around, but every time he tried to turn his head, his eyes involuntarily shut at the sight of the light, and he was forced to close his eyes or look away, always confronted again with the sight of the small hut when he opened his eyes. His heart pounded violently inside his chest. The tunnel was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat, feel his own pulse inside his head. Something about this place felt deeply, incredibly wrong. Get back. I have to get back. He tried turning again, and this time found himself unable to even begin rotating his body before his eyes snapped shut, placing him again in a world of darkness until he opened them again and was confronted with the sight of a small hut in the distance, now looking more far away than ever. I have to get back. Keyshawn kept facing the building and took a step backward. As he placed his foot on the ground, he felt a gust of wind knock him forward. He let out a yelp of terror. Instinctively, his hands reached for the opposite edges of the catwalk as he fell, trying to steady himself for fear of falling off. The catwalk was wide enough that his body didn't land close enough to the edge for that to have been a risk. And yet, as he looked toward the edge, he felt a growing sense of dread that there was something down there that would capture him if he allowed it to catch even the smallest hold of him. Almost as he thought it... Wow, I can't read today. He felt the sensation of something pressing against his legs. He stumbled to his feet. He ran forward. The head ahead of him seemed to grow no closer as he ran, but he ran all the same. Running not to reach a destination, but to be away from whatever it was that was behind him. Moments ago, his only thought was an overwhelming desire to turn back. A worry that he was somehow trapped in here, but now that worry was replaced with an overwhelming sense of dread that propelled him forward. He had been pushed forward by something. Something was behind him. Keyshawn leaned forward and ran. He was no runner. The music, dropped. He often found himself winded when forced to climb more than a flight of stairs. And yet he ran and felt no sense of tiredness holding him back, and no need to catch his breath. Maybe it was the thick air here that somehow never allowed him to run out of breath. Maybe it wasn't the fear, whatever it was behind him that was that strong. Keyshawn felt the air stinging at his eyes as he ran. By now he was running so fast that the thick air felt like a hot wind on his face. Tears began running down his face, like he couldn't find it in him to raise a hand to wipe away his eyes. Oh, but that would mean slowing his sprint. So he closed his eyes, fully aware that he was walking down a catwalk that had no handrail on either side. At this point he didn't care. He ran and ran. Long after the tears on his face had dried, Keyshawn realized that he could oh my god! I can't read. That he could hear only the sound of his own feet as they struck the catwalk. He couldn't even hear the rush of wind, even as it seemed to buffet his face. There were no sounds of anyone or anything pursuing him. Perhaps there was no pursuer at all. He allowed himself to open his eyes and look down. He looked over his shoulder. This time there was no blinding light, only a distant glow, like the light at the end of a tunnel. In a way, it was the light at the end of a long tunnel, and in observing the dim glow of the distant light, Kishan suddenly realized just how far he had run. He turned around and saw the building right in front of— He turned around and saw that it had windows that were covered with the same fog that covered the ground around him. Kishan reached for the door handle. He half expected it to be locked and felt a moment of panic as the handle bowed under the pressure of his hand. Was he ready to face whoever was on the other side of that door? Did he even want to enter? Did he have a choice? What was it that awaited him inside this building? Answers were more baffling questions. Kishan looked down the tunnel and suddenly felt cold. Whatever this place was, he needed to escape it. And the only form of egress that seemed available to him was the door of this building. He leaned on the handle and it felt the door swing open. Okay. So that's up, and then it's open. The terminal, cellar, staff only. Leads me. Okay. So that was a bit about him. Ashley's journal, too. Battle Royale robots power rankings. All the commenters call this robot ace probably because it's so good. It seems biased for them to call one particular robot ace, but it's obvious how it got this name when it wins all the time. At first it looks like this bot doesn't have a weapon and it's just designed to be very fast and agile. Then you realize that its entire weapon is the body for ramming into unsuspecting people. This would be a great tactic if you got into a fight when you didn't have a weapon. You don't need a flamethrower or a buzzsaw if you have just a 150 kilogram body and can ram into people really fast. This probably wouldn't work very well for me because I don't weigh 150 kilograms and I'm pretty small. But that isn't a problem since I usually carry things that can be used as weapons. Like I could carry a crowbar and then if someone tried to attack me, I could take the L end and then jam the crowbar under their feet and then pull it up and use it to knock them off. Wow, I'm reading really fast now. Balance, even though I'm probably smaller than most people. I'm not sure why it's named Alpha Charlie Echo. I assumed it was a remake or made in the style of a bot called Alpha Charlie, but there aren't any other bots by that name, and the team that made it are all rookies. Also, none of them are named Charlie. Maybe it's named after someone's dad or brother. Their next robot will probably be called Beta Charlie Echo, or maybe Alpha V2 Charlie Echo, or Final 2 Charlie Echo. Okay. Oh my god, this area is so dark. I think it's right here, the fisherman. Oh no, rotten poppy. Maddie opened an herb jar inside as she imagined the contents. Rotten. She began pouring them down the sink. I hate poppy seeds, she muttered to herself. I won't tolerate that kind of hate speech here, said Clay. Too bad the rules aren't yours to make, old man. You should have thought about that before you handed me the keys. I could help you get the keys back, said Ashley. I've got a magnetic grabber that the keys are a metaphor. They're not some kind of magical talisman that grants ownership over an establishment. But there is a magical talisman that grants ownership. Over the establishment, asked Ashley? Yeah, it's called a deed. And this deed entitles me to certain privileges, such as expressing my hatred for poppy seeds. Hate is not good for the soul. Hatred corrupts the soul. Hey, I'm new here, said Keyshawn. But, are you talking literally? Does hatred actually corrupt the soul? No, hatred does not corrupt the soul. Nor will poppy seeds, despite being a distant cousin of the bay leaf. It's a good thing, said Shay, because Maddie's soul is full of hate. Trust me, I've seen the ultrasound. Once again, as a new guy, I gotta ask, are you talking literally? No, hatred does not show up on an ultrasound. And I assume the thing the bay leaves corrupting the soul is also a metaphor. Oh no, that part was entirely literal. Bay leaves absorb bitterness. You always remove the bay leaf from something before eating it. Bitterness, as in figurative bitterness? I was talking literally in the sense that bay leaves absorb figurative bitterness. But yes, they also absorb literal bitterness. I'm so confused right now. Just don't absorb a bay leaf into your soul and you'll be fine. It's not the kind of thing that happens accidentally. Are you sure? because I think I may have accidentally ingested a bay leaf one time. My friend's grandma made this big pot of chili. The soul is not connected to your digestive tract. It's not your gut. So unless you're inhaling your food, it's not going to be a problem. Again, new guy here. Soul, respiratory system. That's a thing? Oh, yeah. Why do you think people are so into burning herbs and inhaling them? I always assumed that was just how, I don't know exactly how cannabis works, but it's like psychoactive. What? No, not that herb. Like people who burn incense. Huh? That's something new. That's why you always have to watch out for when herbs go bad. Someone might accidentally inhale some of them. Yet another reason to hate poppy seeds and their short shelf life. How long does it take for poppy seeds to go bad? These went bad in a matter of months. A matter of months? How many months are we talking here? Maybe 30. 30 months is 2.5 years if I'm not mistaken. You left that jar of poppy seeds for 2.5 years? As I said, a number of months. 30 is a number. 30 is an injustice. How have you not touched poppy seeds in all this time? People don't actually like poppy seeds. People just like the muffins they come in. If you give them the muffin without the poppy seeds, they'll like it even more. Poppy seeds just make everything worse. People love poppy seeds. Me, for instance, I have a great love for the humble poppy. Really? Then how is it that you've never touched this jar of poppy seeds in the past 30 or so months? It's been sitting in the spice shelf. I like lots of things. Evidently, during the past 30 months, I found things I've enjoyed more than the humble poppy seed. I'm offended by the idea that you would discriminate against such a lowly and unpretentious food item. You like the idea of poppy seeds. You like the idea of an herb that comes in discrete units called seeds, so that you don't have to wonder about how much a sprig is. It's something that you can picture as opposed to cumin, that you wouldn't recognize even if I said it on your tongue, or rosemary, which you probably forgot was a spice and which you couldn't tell from time. When you see me disposing of poppy seeds, it pains you, because it's something you can conceptualize. If I told you that I hate cumin, and I had to flush a bunch of it down the sink, would you be bothered by that? Probably not. So really, it is not I who am discriminating against the poppy seed. It is you who is discriminating against non-poppy seed spices. Ah! There's no reason for us to have poppy seeds anywhere in this cafe. People claim they want them, but you can go years without ever serving up a single poppy seed and no one will notice its absence. A woman wearing a loose green sweater walked up to the counter. Were you just talking about poppy seeds? Yes, said Maddie. We're all out. Oh, that's too bad, said the woman. I was hoping you might have a don't say muffin, thought Maddie to herself. Don't say anything about poppy seed muffins. A poppy seed muffin, said the woman. My grandmother was really fond of them. Shay grinned as Maddie. I've never had a poppy seed muffin. Ah! Poppy seeds? I've had poppy seeds on like everything bagels because everything bagel seasoning has poppy seeds in it, but I've never had anything like explicitly with poppy seeds. They have a very slight nutty flavor. I don't really think it's anything crazy. Avoid cringing. The woman was in a green sweater said. They used to be part of the standard muffin trifecta, chocolate, blueberry, poppy seed. I always wonder why cafes stopped serving poppy seed muffins. I wonder. It's been so long since I've tasted one. Years, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's been years, said the woman. It's like proving her point that no one really cares about poppy seeds. But when people see a poppy seed, they're like, oh, poppy seeds. But no one cares about poppy seeds. That's funny. Here's what I will give this game. Is that right now it's kind of telling me these moments and not really showing me. There's a thing for the fisherman somewhere. Beth. Did I read this one? Wandering Spirit. The next entry for the fisherman was here. That's the poppy. Billiards too. Okay, yeah, that's the poppy. Oh, I think it's... Yeah, here we go. This keg right here, that thing here. So this is the fisherman. Okay. So we still have to read Billiards 2, Beth, and then the fisherman, and then we're done here. Ah! You know, kid, you got style. Brad perked up. It was the first unsolicited remark he'd heard from old man Thomas that night. He'd been expecting a compliment after beating Thomas, but to hear that kind of comment after a loss made him perk right up. Thanks, said Brad. It wasn't a compliment, said Thomas. And just like that, his mood came crashing down. Thomas continued, all the best players back in the day, none of them had style. Style doesn't win tournaments. Sure, consistency is what wins tournaments. Consistency doesn't mean anything, said Thomas. That's a symptom of skilled play. It's not a thing you can just decide on. No one sits down at a table thinking, geez, I better be consistent today. Nobody. So if you're not thinking about consistency, what are you thinking about? Fundamentals. Thomas chalked to the end of his cue. Fundamentals are what matters most, because if you don't get the fundamentals right, all the fancy shit isn't going to matter. The straight-in shot is your specialty. Several opponents told me that exactly that, tongue-in-cheek, thinking that they were insulting me, but I take it as a compliment. If you control the cue ball, you can turn any shot into a chip shot. That's what you want to do. That's how I can still sink them even at my old age. I know, I've been watching you. Your cue ball control is incredible. You're a very talented player. Not talented. You can do it too. The question is whether you got the discipline and the patience. Thomas followed through with his stroke and hit the apex of the triangle head on. He sank 2 balls, 1 stripe and 1 solid. He pointed to the striped one, signifying his choice. I'm pretty disciplined, said Brad. When I was in high school, I came out every day after school and put in at least 4 hours of practice. Sometimes I'd come in after dinner and squeeze in a few hours more. Then on weekends, I'd come and spend all day up here. Of course you did, said Thomas. All pros have. Anyone can put in time. At a certain point, what matters is not the number of hours you put in, because everyone puts in the time. What matters is how you use that time. And it seems like you spent a lot of time practicing trick shots. Thomas lined up and made several practice strokes. Brad found himself getting annoyed with Thomas. Brad knew better than to try to talk to Thomas while he was lining up a shot. That was bad etiquette, and just bad sportsmanship, plain and simple. But it kept him from offering timely retorts to Thomas's statements. It was bad sportsmanship, Brad decided, to talk to an opponent in a situation where etiquette forbade him from responding. Thomas finally took the shot and sunk a solid-colored ball, but a bad bounce put the cue in the pocket with it. Brad signed with relief as he took control of the ball and with it control of the conversation. You're right, it takes a lot of practice. Brad lined up a shot, aiming at one of the balls in the opposite corner. If he could get the angle just right, he took the shot and the cue ball knocked one of the striped balls to the back left pocket before ricocheting and hitting another ball into the back right pocket, a clean double. Brad tapped the table with his cue as if to emphasize the shot he had just made. You don't learn how to do shit like this overnight. That's a nice trick, said Thomas. Now can you do the same thing 10 times in a row without messing it up? No, said Brad. It's a hard shot. About a 10%er for most people, but I'm good. I can get it 30-40%. A 30% shot isn't worth taking, said Thomas. If I offered you a coin flip bet with a weighted coin, would you take it? No, of course not. And yet you take the low percentage shot. I make it a higher percentage shot, though. Yeah, and I'm...
44.36 millimeters.
Did you guys hear that? Why did my TV talk? Why did... TV? The fuck? Did you guys hear that? That was my TV. Yeah, that was the... We have a smart TV, and it just like... Why did you start talking? Oh, okay. And yet you take the low percentage shot. I make it a higher percentage shot, though. Yeah, and I'm sure that you look like a big hero by doing it. And when you miss, no one calls you on it. Because defensive shots are boring. Ah! Ah! Because no one... Defensive shots are boring. I can play defensively, said Brad, but you don't win games by playing defensively. Of course not, said Thomas. There's nothing on the scoreboard that lets you tabulate the places where you denied your opponent a point. Brad was angry now, and he began lining up his next shot, just so he wouldn't have to hear the old man talk. Some players might get tilted in a situation like this, but Brad played better when he was emotional. Whatever it was that made him play better under pressure also made him play better while angry. He couldn't even think about the shots he was making. He was operating on pure instinct and conscious thought. The thought that was chased away by anger was only a distraction. Brad tried for another double. He missed the second ball, but one was enough to set him up for a triple bank shot, which he followed with another shot that he's put spin on. He didn't even need to curve the ball around to anything. He just wanted to show Thomas that he could do it reliably. Fortunately, he didn't get punished for it. His last shot placed one of Thomas's balls between the black 8 ball and the white cue ball. Brad knew that he could sink the shot easily by hitting Thomas's solid into a stripe, but he was on fire and he wanted something flashy. He struck the cue ball's base, driving the leather tip of his stick into the table, and it bounced the ball up and over Thomas's ball, hitting his own and sending it into the pocket. Brad turned to Thomas with a look of defiance. Looks like this game is mine, old man. Yep, said Thomas. He took another sip of his beer. Is that all you have to say? Yep, said Thomas. How about, oh, you outplayed me. Do you need me to tell you that? Said Thomas. A little acknowledgement would be nice. A moment after he finished saying it, Brad found himself cringing. He was sounding like a petulant child. He was frustrated and angry and disappointed. But knowing all of that about himself didn't make any of it less true. Thomas shrugged. I thought you played to win the game, not for validation. Oh, give me a break, said Brad. That line coming from a pro, when you compete, play to win, sure, but there's money on the line. And the money goes to the person who gets the W. You play to win the game, you get the money. But I get the feeling you're playing for something else. What are you talking about, said Brad. You play to impress people. That's different from playing to win. That's why you never take the defensive shot. I just won! Yup, said Thomas, but you weren't playing to win. Just because you happened to win doesn't mean you made the right decision. How the hell does that make any sense, said Brad. Thomas took a coin out of his pocket. Here's a hypothetical. Suppose I have a coin. I ask you to call heads or tails on a $1 bet. Now you know that the coin is weighted. It lands on heads 70% of the time. What do you bet on? Heads, of course, said Brad. Now I flip the coin. It comes up tails. Bad luck, Brad. You just lost $1. But did you make the right decision? What? Thomas continues. If you had called tails, you would have won the bet. Clearly, calling tails is the wrong decision, but sometimes you make the wrong decision and get short-term payoffs. That's why the fact that you won doesn't necessarily mean that you made the right decision, and sometimes those things only reveal themselves after you flip the coin hundreds of times. I've played hundreds of games, said Brad, and that's as a pro. Practice games, I play 100 games a week easy, maybe 200 games a week depending. And how many times have you made the WBC? I won the WBC, said Brad. Right, said Thomas. That's the thing about calling tails. Sometimes even if you make the wrong choice, randomness comes up in your favor and you happen to run hot. But in the long run, things don't quite pan out. Brad threw his cue down. So now you're saying that all my wins are due to luck? Not all luck, said Thomas. Like you said, it takes some skill to take a 10% shot into a 30% shot. A lot of skill, in fact. You've got good hands and a good eye for the ball, but a lust for a cool shot supersedes that. You'd rather fail spectacularly than win through boring play. Fuck you, said Brad. You know what? I actually won the WBC. Maybe I did run hot for just 1 year, but at least I have a championship to my name. I like games to my favorite is dodge the random. I cannot dodge. It's not possible for me to dodge. But at least I have a championship to my name. You made it to the finals 6 times and lost every time, and now your career is done. You're over with. You'll never be a WBC champion, a title which I hold, by the way. You're right, said Thomas. I don't mean to knock the high variance approach. Maybe that's what you want, to win once and then burn out. Yeah, that is what I want, said Brad, annoyed at finding himself agreeing with Thomas. What have you done with your life since retirement, old man? Ever done anything wild? I bet I've lived more in one night than you have in your entire life. I'm happy with the way I spent my life, said Thomas. No regrets, his eyes softened. Can you say the same? The question should have come as a challenge, but there was something in Thomas's eyes as he looked at Brad that made it feel even worse. Thomas's expression wasn't one of antagonism, it was one of pity. Brad knew deep in the pit of his heart that Thomas wasn't doing it to attack him, and that made it sting even worse. Brad started to say something, but found himself choking on a lump in his throat, and as he reached up and felt wetness on his cheeks, he realized that he was crying. Who's Brad? And who's Thomas? I'm guessing these are people that visit the cafe. There's still Beth and Fisherman, and then I think that's where we'll call it because it's 6 o'clock. Jack waited until Maddie left the counter before mentioning to Shay. Hey, said Shay, can I get you something? Jack nodded. Can you get me out that whiskey bottle and pour a glass? Shay glanced over his shoulder to verify that Maddie wasn't present. Any reason you couldn't ask her? Afraid of what it might do to me. I wouldn't want her to worry. Should I be worried? You don't strike me as a worrier. It's not about... I'm not intending to get drunk. I think if I smell it, that might be enough. You're going somewhere inside of here, said Shay, tapping the side of his head. Exactly. And you, well, I can tell from looking at you, you know what it's like to see a friend die. Am I that easy to read? No, but now I know it's true. Don't count her out. She's seen more than you can read on her face. Yeah, but seeing something is not the same thing as having experienced it. You know what it means to be experienced in losing friends. It's a feeling that I've grown well acquainted with over the years. I remember the day I found myself preparing for a funeral and not even thinking too hard about what I was doing, almost going on autopilot until the moment I realized I've done so many of these. I can mentally check out at doing this, followed by the feeling of nobody's ever supposed to feel like they're getting good at funerals, right? Followed by a feeling of actually, we all leave this mortal coil at some point, and someone has to be the last one in their group of friends to kick the bucket. And maybe doing well at longevity just means outlasting your friends. How old are you? Older than I look. Damn, I wish I had that problem. I have the same thing, but in reverse. Shay got a bottle of Jack Daniels out from where Maddie had stowed it and set it in front of Jack before looking for a glass. Jack picked the bottle and studied the label. You've worked with your hands before. Never worked a boat before. It's not bad work. Never boring. From the first day I spent out in the water, I knew it was my calling. I even had enough to retire after several years. But by the point I was so wedded to the idea of having my own boat that I kept saving. Did you ever become Captain Jack? One day, said Jack. I was Captain Jack for one day. My phone just went off. What do you want? Oh. Nothing worth caring about. Let's see. Shay held the glass in his hand, not setting it down in front of Jack. It was terrible shit luck. The weather was clear. The water wasn't even that choppy. I guess that's why he got careless. I guess that's why he thought he could try and fix the net when it stuck. At least I assume that's what he was trying to do when he fell overboard. Shay silently set the glass down on the counter, bottom side up. You know what the worst part is? When I realized it had happened, I didn't think. The captain, the one man whose job it is to keep a level head, I didn't think about what I was doing. I just jumped overboard after him. Didn't grab a life ring or anything. Stupid. If you ever find yourself in that position, when you jump overboard, all you're doing is making the problem twice as big. There is nothing I can imagine that compares to the sense of dread and regret that I feel in the moment as I felt myself sinking below the surface. Can you imagine that? Having that kind of thought? They say that when you're in intense physical pain, it's supposed to block out anything. You can't feel anger or sadness or regret or wistfulness when there's thousands of needles stabbing you all over, all at once, which is exactly what it feels like when you jump into that freezing Alaskan surf. That's what you don't realize about cold until you're totally immersed in it. You don't feel cold, you feel pain all over. And somehow in the midst of all that pain, it's still possible to think, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. Dumbass. When I leaped over, I guess I imagined myself swimming around in the water looking for him. And I actually did try opening my eyes. Big mistake. The Pacific Ocean, I'm not sure if you knew this, but it's salt water. And somehow, it's even more painful than the thousands of pins and needles stinging you all around, reminding you that the water is freezing and you're not supposed to be in it. You know what the crazy thing is? They managed to fish me out. Terrible pun, sorry. They found me. They threw me a line. Irony is, I almost died of hypothermia there on the deck. Being soaking fucking cold in that cold Arctic wind. You know, hypothermia can kill you almost as fast as drowning can. I didn't even make it to Cal's funeral. Couldn't bear to look his girl in the eye. Nobody blamed me as captain. Cal should have known better than to do what he did. Did know better. But all I could think of was... Ah! What if I hadn't jumped over? if they hadn't been busy pulling my stupid ass out of the water, would they have found Cal? And I knew that if I was thinking it, then she had to be thinking it too. They all had to be thinking it. I couldn't face that. All I could do was sit at home. And every time I walked to the bathroom, I passed the display full of these bottles. He tapped the bottle of whiskey on the counter. Hypothermia can kill you in 5 minutes. Drowning can kill you in 3. Drinking yourself to death, it takes longer than that, but not much longer. I just want to smell it. Ah! Jack glanced at what little remained of the halibut Shay had grilled for him. The fish didn't do it for you, huh? Said Shay. Jack shook his head. Like I said, smelled too good. Shay dutifully corked the whiskey and poured out a finger. Jack held the glass in his nose and inhaled deeply. Yeah, this was the smell I was looking for. There it is. That's the smell that makes me feel sick to my stomach. He stood up. I think I'm ready to go. Okay. So, what it seems here, what I'm getting by these 3 entries of the fisherman, is that this person drunk themselves to death out of regret. We still don't know anything about Keyshawn. Ashley seems to be living. And then there's some bits that are just kind of little cafe antics. Alright. Let's go, little girl. The man standing in front of Beth smirked. The knife he held seemed almost slight compared to his massive hands, but that didn't make it any less intimidating. Finish this one quick, came a call from behind the knife holder. 3 men stood behind him, wearing expressions which ranged from amused to bored. I'm just chewing. Take your friend's advice, Beth said to the man who was menacing her. Finish this quick. After all, I'm just a little girl. Well, as little as any 15-year-old girl could be. Can do, said the man that drew his knife up for an overhead swing. The man's movement suggested that he didn't really know how to use a knife. Not really. He was swinging the knife like he'd swing a fist. Like he was trying to bludgeon her with it. Like he'd never really used a knife before. He was stupid. Mercifully stupid. He tried to reassure herself. In fact, trying to lose her resolve. He lunged as he brought the knife down and Beth raised her left arm. She felt the edge of the knife hit her skin, but the impact of the blow caused the man to lose his grip on the knife. An opening. Beth grabbed the attacker's knife arm and pulled him towards her while thrusting her own knife toward him at chest level. She drove the knife into the man's chest with all the force she could muster, and he fell to the ground and gasped as Beth released her grip on him. The man lay on the ground and put a hand on his chest, moaning, "Son of a bitch. You doing okay down there?" Didn't expect to lose to a girl. Well, that too. But I didn't expect it to hurt this much. These rubber practice knives are no joke. If I stabbed any harder, I might have broken a rib. You got a name, girl? They call me Beth. I'm Kyle. I gotta say, Beth, that was kind of a cheap trick. What do you mean? I mean the way you blocked my knife with your arm. It just bounced right off. You couldn't do that if we were using real knives. He's right, he said one of the spectators. Not really a fair fight with rubber knives. I'd like a rematch. Yeah, said one of the spectators. Rematch. The others began chanting along with him. Rematch, rematch, rematch. Thought I told you guys to keep it down. Maddie was leaning over the railing of the staircase, a stern look on her face. She tied a poster on the wall. Fight Club rules. 1. Don't quote Tyler Durden. Seriously, no Tyler Durden quotes. Always assume your opponent is mortal. Practice weapons only. Be considerate to other guests. Keep noise at a reasonable level. We don't have any rules here. Please don't make me kick you out of the basement. Everyone else in the room cast their gaze downward, looking ashamed with several mumbled apologies. Maddie nodded and climbed back up the stairs, content that she made her point. Seriously though, said Kyle. Not really a fair fight without real knives. Beth walked over to the edge of the room and lifted a rug, revealing 2 steak knives. Several whispers erupted from the small crowd. Where'd you get these? I swiped them from upstairs. They're not exactly combat gear, but these blades are fit to cut through flesh, whether it's cooked steak or human arm. Beth held one of the steak knives by the blade, presenting its handle to Kyle. We've already broken rule 1 tonight. How about breaking another one? I won't get hurt. I mean, I can still feel the pain, but you know, I'm still not afraid of getting stabbed. Neither am I. But don't But don't say you're ready for this if you're not ready to bleed. She turned the knife over to her thumb, pressing the thumb against the tip, just enough to draw a single drop of blood. Kyle grinned. Do I look like I would be here if I was afraid to die? Okay. I think that's everything here. I already read this. And then they've died. Maybe. Most likely. The terminal. Cafe. Basement. Keyshawn's supposed to be here somewhere. I was like, you can now talk to him. Oh, there he is. I think there's anything else here. Kind of weird that she just has her mouth just like, ah. I don't know, it's just my enter studio mode. Why do you look so angry? You've been nothing but pretty freaking chill this whole time. Or is that just your face? What's studio mode? Ah! What is this? Oh, it's like actually like... doing something. How does this work? It's okay, it's exactly what I think it is. Weird that this exists. Weird. Make your own story with these characters. Ah, fuck, I didn't want to save anything. I mean, interesting that they let you do that. I don't know why I would want to. All right. Oh. Judgment. Ooh, I missed one. Shay sat in the corner of the cafe with a book in his lap. His eyes danced over the page for several minutes, the words on the page illuminated by the candle that sat perched in the armrest of his chair. That's not a good place for a candle. Then after several moments passed, he turned the page. He didn't exactly internalize any of the text on the page, nor had he taken in any of the text on the 50 preceding ones. He was vaguely aware of the fact that the book kept on referring to a man named Henry, who Shay presumed was the protagonist of the book he held on his lap, but beyond that knew little to nothing. Shay didn't particularly mind this fact. In fact, if he started actually following the story that was told in the pages of his book, he would consider it a great failure. Shay enjoyed sitting down with a book, and he enjoyed the platonic feel of reading. When it came to telling stories, he found books to be a poor substitute for a person sitting next to him. He didn't pick up books when he wanted to be told a story. He picked up books when he wanted to be alone, to situate comfy chair and bask in candlelight and sit silently in a meditative state. He turned another page. "Hey," said a familiar voice interrupting him. "I'm in the middle of a book, Ned," said Shay, if he hadn't noticed. That was the book's secondary function. It deterred people who might see a man sitting alone and seize upon the opportunity to start a conversation when he was not in the mood for conversation. "Is it a good book?" said Ned. "I was enjoying being alone with it," said Shay. "Yeah, you look really engrossed. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've got a favor to ask." "Why is it always to ask a favor?" said Shay, looking past Ned and speaking to no one in particular, even though there was no one but Ned near enough to hear him speak. "Why is it never... Hey, Shay, I just wanted to stop by to offer you a favor. I did that one time. You said you were busy, which I figured was your way of politely saying, please don't bother me with this kind of visit. Ah! So I stopped." "Did you? I don't remember it." "I'm sure you do remember it. It was from back before you started forgetting things. Like, sometime around... When did the war start? You're going to have to be a lot more specific. You know, the war with the soldiers and the guns. Ah, that war. I did narrow it down a bit, didn't I? I'm not that old. Wars were fought with guns even when I was a young man. Same for you." "Did they? Well, it was the war with the, Ned trailed off. He raised a hand to his face and flicked his helmet, mimicking the unmistakable of an M.I. Garand. World War II? Which one was that? The one with the Nazis. That sounds about right. Anyway, I came to ask a favor. I hope that favor will spend a few minutes of your time having an inane conversation, but we already did that." "My, you're a bit snippy today. What's gotten into you? Hydrate. Yum yum yum." Shay held up the book. Posture check. Okay. Let me do. Ah! You guys like bonking me with the. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying it. Ah! Okay, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Shay held. Ah! Yes, this is fun. You give us new toys. Ah! But you're snippy today. What's gotten into you? A good book is what's gotten into me. Sorry. Ah! I wouldn't ask if it wasn't urgent. I'm in need of an interpreter. You speak Cantonese, right? Ah! Yes, said Shay. Great, said Ned. Can I steal you for a few hours? Not if it's to be an interpreter. Why not? You speak Cantonese and you seem fluent enough in English, so why would you say no specifically to translating? Being an interpreter is not as simple as being bilingual, Ned. It isn't? I figured you hear things in one language and say them in another. Seems simple to me. Are you literate? A bit. Can you write a work of great literature? No? Well, there you go. There's more to translating than being bilingual. Oh, come on. I'm in a pinch. I'm not asking you to be a great interpreter, just an adequate one. There's lots of bilingual people around. I'm sure you know other places to ask. Yeah, but I know you're not the kind of person to spill secrets. And it's kind of conversation that I just want to have between me and the one other person, Great. Sounds like you need a professional interpreter. I hear they're great at facilitating those kinds of interactions. Come on. What can a professional interpreter do that you can't? A lot of things. But for one, a professional interpreter is someone you can count on to allow you to use their mouth to say incredibly stupid things without letting you or your counterparty know just how stupid they find the interaction. Funny that. I always figured that's the kind of thing you'd be good at. Because I'm so good at holding my tongue? Yes. I've tried before. Being an interpreter pays well if you find yourself working for the right people, and it leaves your hands a lot less callous than doing some of the work I found myself doing instead. But you'll notice my hands have calluses. Turns out holding your tongue is oftentimes harder than digging holes. Oh my god, he did get in trouble with the Chinese mob. Come on, you know how to be a diplomat. Fuck off. There, that was me being undiplomatic. Ah! Ah! There, that was me. Oh man, Crazy Fox, you missed it. Earlier Mumverus freaking gave bits. For every 10 bits, it throws one item at me. But before that, it was for every 100, it was 10 items. So they donated 4,000, so just 400 things were thrown at me. Great. Oh. Ah! Like that. I don't know if anyone actually clipped. I don't know if anyone actually clipped me getting rained on. If not, I'll go back and clip it myself because I want to put that on Twitter. Alright, come on, you know how to be a diplomat. Fuck off. Now, would you kindly find another solution to your problem, one that doesn't involve me performing a task that I've told you at least twice now that I'm not going to do? Ned started to say something, but stopped just short of making an utterance and backed off. Hey, Maddie. No. I hadn't even asked you for anything yet. I know, I thought I would save you the time. What is it with you people? Maddie turned toward Ned and glowered at him. You people. Ned raised his hands defensively. I didn't mean, look. I just mean that you two, you're, birds of a feather in quite a few ways. Maddie stared at him, and Ned contemplated whether there was any way for him to make a statement, grouping Maddie and Shay together, without making himself look worse than he already did. I was gonna say too, because some people were wondering if they can throw stuff at Jake, but honestly, if Jake just gets a VTuber model, then yeah, there you go. Whenever Jake becomes a VTuber, I am more than happy to help him set all this stuff up. Because it's so much fun. Alrighty. I think this might be Jester's closing today, so I can play a little bit more. But then they give you all the stuff to read, and then it's like, that's gonna take a bit more. That reminds me, I should check. That! Yeah, Hanaki is still rigging your model, and she's definitely getting up there. I actually, no big use announcing it, but I actually did contact Hanakyu, and I had asked her, and I've already sent her the first payment. She is going to revamp my model rig so that on debut day I am more flowy, and I'm gonna have just a much nicer rig because she's improved so much. Essentially, yeah, pink 1.5. Just a whole new, like, I'm not sure if she's gonna like redo it. It's mostly just gonna be revamping, a couple more toggles, fix up the physics, mouth forms, where it's definitely gonna be revamping quite a couple things. And I'm really excited for it. one of the toggles that I've really kind of, as I've been using my model and realizing what I want, like what I wish I had, and what I could have been without. Yeah, I would love being able to take off and take on my glasses. I love this extension. I'm really glad you guys like it. I'm really glad. That's why I want to find more ways to like make it fun for like you guys while not making it be disruptive for people. But honestly, I just want you guys to have fun with it. I think bookmarks. Oh, okay, good. This is where I want to. How do you save? Save, load your progress. I want to save. No. How do you save? Act 2. So we're all near the end of Act 1. Is that why I can't save yet? Finally using this. Maybe I'll go with All I Want for Christmas for K. Oh! You're the best for giving us. Oh, thank you. Yes, turn bonk off during horror streams. Oh, I actually have it on for that. I'll consider it. I'll see how some people think about the bonks. I can't seem to save. Oh yeah, Jaku! Crazy Fox has the best both emotes now. Also, I've been wondering, Jake, because we have two other icons. We have two other things that we can use for emotes that go together that are Gallon and Polo. But you can tell me if we just leave it to the server or if we can like, because I don't know how we make it work on Twitch. But yeah, I just saw that karaoke redeem. I just want to figure out how to freaking save first. How do I save? Load episode? No. Can I only save after an act? How do I save the game? That. Sub to one and the other for both halves of the emotion. Genius. Um. How do you save in this game? Oh, it says that this game in general is about 4 hours. I just don't know how to save. It also auto saves? Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. I always just kind of worry. Because especially when it has things like this, I'm worried about it not saving. Memories. Oh. The fisherman. Meg. What is this? Oh, this is like concept. Oh my god, I love this stuff. This is like all concept art. Necrobarista now indicates when auto-saving events occur. Shot progression during episodes is still recorded and saved silently. Ashley's journal. So that's about, yeah, no, that's the only answer I could find. I did like a quick look on my phone. Oh. Missing that. Billiards. Beth. So as I read things, I get like these kind of things. Oh, storyboard. Man, when I storyboard, my if I ever show you guys my storyboards for stuff, I overthink mine. My storyboards are not storyboards at that point. They're pretty much animatics. Storyboard. Can't see this one. Can't see these. Okay. Okay. If I go to title screen. Ah! I just want to make sure that it like does save me at a spot. Okay, there's continue. Yeah. And then when I go to continue, I do like the little loading screen. I do like this. This is a really sweet little game. I'm definitely going longer. Like they say, it's a 4-hour game. I've definitely gone over it because, again, I like looking around. I like experiencing the atmosphere, enjoying the music. So yeah. Okay, though, but now that I know this, we will definitely get back to this. Because if the story is that short, we're almost done with Act 1. And then there's Act 2. I'm guessing this is... I'm guessing this is all of it, so... I look forward to playing some more. I just don't know when. Probably next week, actually. Next Monday. Yeah, because, like, I can't do... Yeah. Maybe next Monday we'll get to this. And we'll get a little bit more into this. But so far, this has been really fun so far. So everybody thank Crazy Fox for getting me Necrobarista. It's an interesting little story so far. There's a lot of reading. There's a lot of this stuff right here. There's a lot of supplementary reading. Where I feel like if I was just freaking seeking her out and going through the main story and not paying attention to any of this, I feel like it would come a bit at a detriment to it. Because, like, for example, the story with, like, her and Shay talking about, like, the poppy seeds and stuff, that's a really cute thing that could have been its own scene at some point, but we don't get to see that. You have to look for it and read it. Oh, I missed one. Lamington recipe. You know, things like this. Authentic Australian lamingtons. Ingredients: 200 grams butter, castor sugar, vanilla extract, meafal eggs, icing. So need convection oven, lamington pan, baking powder, a lamington. They strongly hypothesize that a homunculus made with lamington DNA can be used in lieu of actual lamington, but no confirmed tests have been confirmed. A lot of redundant sentences, which has kind of really, like... A lot of, like, what feel like redundant sentences are, like, trip me up. Due to lack of success in producing actual homunculi. Only about 20% of people who claim to be lamingtons have actual lamington ancestry since... Gluten-free options, having a lamington stir self-raising flour. Hi, Doragon! The face one, no gluten-free option. What the fuck? Okay. It's interesting is what it is. I had an idea. Every time you mess up a word, we bonk you. I think that's it. I think that's... What's this supposed to be? Whoa. Oh, that's the board. Guessing it's supposed to be iced tea. It has what looks like lemon squares in it. I wonder. I have some things turned off. What happens if I make the graphics look nicer and turn off VSync? It doesn't really change anything and makes me lag, which is hilarious. Wow, really doesn't change much. There we go. Yeah, you can. You can throw stuff. Alrighty, we're just gonna quit. Oh, it's a lot of reading. It's a very, very read heavy game. And I do not mind this. Wrong one. There we go. But yeah, so far it's been a very cute little game. I like the atmospheric approach and like looking around the cafe and seeing people's memories. We're gonna definitely, after stream, I'm definitely gonna mess a little bit more with the throwing stuff thing, so that maybe we can see more stuff. Or maybe it's fine the way it is and you guys are cool with this. That's also fine. We don't need to fix what isn't broken. Oh yeah, there's also the carrot. Redeemed, hydrate, redeemed an ada. Wait, my thing's facing. There we go. Dragon with ada. Huh? Alrighty, just one moment. It would be funny if you could import objects and throw your action figures. You can actually import objects. Posture check. Bonk. You can actually import things. I am going to mess with that and see what happens. Because someone has actually joked about throwing Gallon at me. You can't pick what gets thrown. It's a matter of random chance. But yeah. But yeah, we'll mess around with this and see how things go. And then we got a karaoke redeem. Maybe I'll go with All I Want for Christmas for the chaos. Okay, so all I want. We can do that. The only thing I'm a little bit. 1 second. Okay, so I can do that. The only issue is content ID. So I wonder how I'm going to approach this. I'm also not Mariah Carey. I hope you all realize this. Let's see. Is Yao still here? Let me see. Yao? Yao's not even here anymore. Marile Ada? I'm sure I butchered the spelling. I'm sorry. I haven't seen her name spelled. If you're ever curious, that is how Marile is spelled. Let's see. Do I remember all the lyrics? Carpool karaoke. Alrighty, just one moment. I just need to turn off this music. Actually, let me do it the other way. Wow, there we go. Oh, there's a piano version. Huh. That might actually help me not avoid content ID. I can't guarantee this is going to sound any good, though. Alrighty. But we shall try. First off, let me take a sip of some... I don't know why, but I'm just like, are you guys gonna throw things at me while I sing too? That'd be really funny. Alrighty. Let me put this over here. Ah, okay. Posture fix. Alrighty. Hopefully this is a good piano cover. If it isn't, it's gonna suck. I already messed up. Don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is... You're supposed to do the is! Did I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. Don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I don't need to hang my stocking bare upon the fireplace. Santa Claus won't make me happy with a toy on Christmas Day. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. All I want for Christmas is you. Oh, baby, oh, I won't ask for much this Christmas. I won't even wish for snow. I just wanna keep on waiting underneath the mistletoe. I will make a list and send it to the North Pole or St. Nick. I won't even stay awake to hear those magic reindeer click. 'Cause I just want you holding on to me so tight. What more can I do? Well, baby, all I want for Christmas is you. Oh, baby, oh, oh, all the lights are shining so brightly everywhere. And the sound of children's laughter fills the air. And everyone is singing. I hear those sleigh bells ringing. Santa, won't you bring me the one I really need? Won't you please bring my baby to me? Oh, I don't want a lot for Christmas. This is all I'm asking for. I just wanna see my baby standing right outside my door. Oh, I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. Oh, baby, all I want for Christmas I was not expecting the song to go down here. I had my breath held, like I'm ready for the last bit. Okay. Y'all wasn't here, but that was the karaoke routine. I forgot to put the reverb on. I'm sorry. I put it in and then now I can turn it off. I gotta remember that whenever I do any singing to turn on the reverb. Oh, that was fun. Alright, this has been a very fun stream. I'm so glad that you guys came today. I'm so glad, and I'm really happy, and I'm glad that you guys are happy with the bonking. I'm having it was a lot of fun. I'm just thinking now, who are we gonna raid? Let's see. Nobody I'm following is on. Yeah, really no one to really raid. Well, let's see. One moment. How's this person? Nah. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna raid anybody. But I am still... Oh, the cutie cultists tonight? Are they streaming right now? Are they streaming? It doesn't say that they are. Okay. They probably aren't gonna start till later. Yeah, they're probably not starting until later. Well, if they were starting, I would definitely raid them. But maybe next time, who knows. But I'm glad that you guys came by. I hope to see you guys next week. I'll probably start around the same-ish time next week. I know I've been trying to start it around noon, but lately I've been kind of oversleeping on my days off. I'm gonna try not to do that because I like doing things before I stream, and I was able to do things, but I just, don't like feeling like I don't have a lot of time. So, I am going to head out. I will see you all. Wow, I just completely forgot to turn on my music again, everything. God, scoff. I will see you all next time, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. I might... I might... Look, I have to go. You can't just keep hitting me. I might... I'm definitely gonna try to reposition this so it doesn't cut out. I might hop on later on gaming if I can get into 14. I don't know yet. So we'll see. But I will see you guys next time. I love you all. Have a wonderful day. Before one more person can fuck me.